Hello, welcome back to Karagor Studios, Remnant Lunar Archon. Session 32 doesn't have a name yet because I named it afterward, yada yada. I've done this once and we had an internet loss. But we're back now. Should all be good, at least, hopefully. Hope you're doing well. We're doing good so far. Missing Abby and Ethan right now. Hopefully one or both of them will show up later on. Recap of last session. So, previously on Remnant Lunar Archon, the party decided to head over to Sheer. They were already kind of on their way. First doodle-doo. Have a bingo card. Where's the map of Vacuo? There it is. For stream side, the party was on their way to Sheer from Schist. They were partway to Feldspar. No, they had just arrived at Feldspar. They finished hanging out at Feldspar, saying hi, getting connected. They continued their way after finding out that they'd been attacked by the giant giraffe Grim that's apparently wandering the wastes and has 3 heads and can shoot lightning. After passing through Miocene, they checked on it, found that the kobolds there were doing good. They were chill. They looked for a bookstore. They looked for a flower shop. They didn't have any particular flowers, but then a daisy, I think, was given to Thicket as more of the flower of what's the word? Erebus, as it is often used to decorate graves. So they got one of those. That it was very hot as they continued their journey, getting multiple levels of exhaustion as they went. They also, as they approached Sheer, they were still 60 miles away. But for a period of a couple hours as they were moving, most of the party succumbed to this odd sensation of depression and a lack of energy. For what turned out to be, from the point of view of Garand, around about 2 miles, a bit more, as everyone, including the donkeys, had all slowed down and were not feeling themselves, and he just got to kind of watch as they moved on. Once they left, everyone was feeling fine. Once they left whatever was causing it in this area, the party continued their walk to Sheer. I'm gonna get a drink. After verifying that they had no bodies in the trunk of their cart, they entered Sheer, they were told at the gate when they said they were coming in to meet Ulrich's sister, Linnea Yesfine. They were told, you should go talk to the magistrate. So they went to go talk to the magistrate in the Dusk Quarter. They met the magistrate, Oscar, chill dude, and he basically informed them that Linnea is missing and is suspected of killing her husband, Persilith. They were given directions to the house and told that they could take a look at it as the Dawn Guard had already done their sweep. The body, I believe they told you that the body is still there. Not for terribly long, but for the moment. Actually, the body would no longer be there. You'll have to go to the mortuary to get a look at the body if you decide to. It would have been moved the day before, a day after the events. The party then went to 2 inns, one of which is an inn and tavern. The other one is kind of a sketchy just inn. And as Gambit figured out from the bits of thieves' cant and symbolism written on the sides of the building and nearby, you figured out that effectively the Moonlight Garden Inn is just as much a fence and a hideout for criminals as it is an actual inn. You ended up moving on to the Chimera's Thorn, run by an Earth Genasi named Eleazar. You struck pretty much the same deal you always do, where Garand is going to play in exchange for cheaper boarding. Talking to him, you've been effectively trying to get the town to, or at least the criminal underbelly of the town, to recognize you as easy marks, and seem to be succeeding, as Gambit definitely noted that while no one has tried to pickpocket or steal from you yet, everyone is very quickly learning that there is a what could be described as a rich idiot wandering through the dark sides of town. And then the party, finishing at the end of last session, went to... yes, they went to the residence of Linnea and Persilith Yesfine. At the entrance, you found a guard who I believe is a Dawn Guard and a dwarf. He introduced himself. I don't remember what his name was. That's my mistake. I don't know why I don't have it written down. I probably should have written it down. Maybe I did write it down. I don't know. Maybe it's on the other end of my book. Probably not. It's not. But you met him. I'll make up another name for him whenever it comes up. Yeah, and he was just leading in, and he was basically going to give you a tour of the partially burned building. Did I miss anything?
I
Is there
don't think
anything
so.
else? Good. I'm glad I got at least most of it there. All right. So as he leads you in, you enter into the building. This effectively townhouse, maybe 10, 12 feet long, with a couple of feet between each house on this street. 2 stories tall. You see burning on the windows and along the outside on the what would be effectively the right side, but in this case the western side because their house is north facing. As you are let in, you see there is a bit of burning in the top right corner of this main room as you walk in. The room is mostly made up of effectively a living and dining area, with simple set of couches off to the side, a table, and then off to the other side of the room is a table and chairs with a set of plates and cups, mostly made out of wood, set about. A kitchen off to the side with a oven with a chute that seems to lead upward. And in the back end of the room next to the kitchen is a staircase. There doesn't seem to be a lot of damage of any kind down here, burning or otherwise. Oh yes, everyone gets a hero point. Alright, as he leads you in, that is the main area. We didn't find much down here. There's as he points over the kitchen, you see some things have been strewn about. Looks like someone was looking for something, which we think we know of upstairs, which we'll see in a minute. There's not a lot down here unless there's something you want to look at.
I would like to search for clues.
Searching for clues on the bottom floor. Okay. Make an investigation check. Is there any particular kind of clue you're looking for, or just generically anything that stands out?
I'm looking for, like, I'm kind of profiling, like, what type of people live here.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
In that case, make an intelligence-based insight.
Mm-hmm.
You remember how to change the stat associated with the check?
I'm scrolling through.
Proud of you.
Oh. Not bad.
Nice. A 14. Taking a quick look at it, economically, they appear to be rather standard. From what you heard, Persilith had become a guard. So you do see, like, there's some guard's armor set toward the front of the door. The utensils are mostly made of wood. It appears to be, effectively, it would be like low middle class of D&D and fantasy. You hadn't heard if Linnea was working or not, but they don't seem to be. They're not super well off. There's nothing. There's no artwork on the walls. There's no fancy vases. There's nothing terribly fancy about the room. It seems to be a lot of stuff that's needed and not a lot more.
Let's see.
Do make an investigation check to see if you realize something.
Is there any chance that this is something that she could ask for Garon's help with? Just because I do have the good investigation.
Sure, you can aim, so Gambit can have advantage. This investigation check.
Thanks. Because I figured at this point he would know that, like, even though Garon is not, like, wise, he picks up on things.
Yeah. Well, why don't you roll your own investigation?
If he'll let me. I mean, I don't know what he's trying to do, and I don't want what you're doing.
Sure.
And I don't want to mess
Each of you make an investigation check. Each you can make one. No biggie.
I missed the box.
You're gonna have to throw it again. Missing the box makes it not count, even if you roll a 20.
It was a 5, so I'm fine.
Oof. Garon gets distracted looking at the throw pillows on the couch, which do actually have a kind of a neat design to them. Lots of very flowery designs on the pillows on the couch, which now that you're realizing, it's like, there's like the only real bit of nicety here of unnecessary stuff is there are throw pillows here. But as you're looking at that, Gambit, looking at the couch itself, realizes that while this couch is fairly new and is largely unused. It does not appear that whoever lives here, it does not seem like they get a lot of guests that use the living space. You don't know if they get a lot of guests for food, but at least for the living area, they haven't had a lot of guests, and the stuff is still very new. You even notice on like one of the armrests off to the side, there's a little bit of dust has accumulated. There's no dust on the table, so it seems like that gets used, but living space, not a lot.
Are there
anything else you'd like to? What was that, Jack?
Are there any like paintings or like things on the wall?
Not really, no. There's a couple of flower vases, but those are clay. They're not terribly glass or fancy. There's not any particular paintings, tapestries, nothing like that. Nothing super fancy. Like nothing, not a lot of decoration in general.
In that case, can Doug do an investigation check for like whatever furniture is there, like under the bed or whatnot?
Well, I haven't been up to the bedroom and second floor.
Oh, okay, we're still at the bottom.
Yeah, you still at the first floor. We've gone to the second floor as he leads you up the stairs, as you all seem to be. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like y'all have gotten your fill of this particular room.
One thing
Yes.
before we move on, is there like a trademark on the couch, like what carpenter or upholstery place it came from?
Giving it a once over using your investigation check, there is not. There's no particular mark. And you know that for the most part, unless something is made by a very like high-end person, trademarks and marks and stuff don't tend to be made. Like how a blacksmiths typically don't sign their weapons unless they're very good blacksmith who takes a lot of pride in their stuff or is well known enough that people would look for. So wherever this was gotten from, it's not high-end. I think it's probably just the carpenter in town from where it's made. Yeah, sheer elsewhere.
Right. Thanks.
As you step up, you smell burnt wood. Burnt wood, cloth, and a different kind of burn that you can't quite place. As you step up to the second floor, going up a single back and forth flight of stairs. You see a fairly long open room that seems to be the entirety of the second floor, is this one long bedroom. Off to the left is a fairly enclosed, I forget what they're called, but basically, fantasy medieval bathrooms, which, because of magic, works very well and doesn't have to have them throw waste out the window, because I don't want to make that part of the world. And I've decided it's not now. Fantasy bathroom off to the left, nothing of interest there. And then in the main part of the room, there is a small coffee table with a sort of a lounging couch next to it, a fairly short couch, partially burned. The further end, like toward the front of the house side, having been caught by some of these flames. Laying on the bed, there is an indentation of unburned area where it looks like someone might have laid, but a significant portion of the bed is burned, including a large amount of the sheets, comforter, whatever there was, and toward the front end of the building, along the wall, that whole left front side has burn marks, leading up to the front windows, where it seems no one got here fast enough to stop that from going out, but managed to keep the full holding building from going out. Laying on the bed next to the indent where a body would have been, there is a small statue, of Aether. Off to the right side, there is a dresser relatively untouched, a cabinet that has books and a couple of different knickknacks that you see. There's actually a little bit more finery up here. There are some different knickknacks, some special glasses, not like vision glasses, but like cups, set upon it, seemingly for whatever kind of special occasion. Along the wall, toward the front end, partially burned now, is hanging a fairly fancy white dress. Partially burned at the hem of the skirt. The top is fairly untouched. Whoever got here to put out the fire managed to keep the whole thing from burning. Anything else y'all would notice on first glance? I don't think so. As he leads you over, the dwarf points out on the floor there is a rug that goes partially under the bed, partially out. Part of it is burned, and next to the rug, sitting on the hardwood, is a bloody kitchen knife. What do you think happened here? As he gestures to the bed. They got into a fight, maybe? And grabbing from the table, we think, the statue, the wife hit the husband over the head, and he is interrupted as Ulrich says, I think I'm going to go downstairs, if that's alright with you. Let me know if you need anything. I don't need to hear any more of this.
No, it's alright. I'll join you in case you need any help or assistance. Also, I don't know if you're going to use passive investigation for any of this, but if so, that does put me at a 19. Or wait, no, actually, passive is 8 plus perception, or plus proficiency plus total, so actually it's 20.
Pretty sure passive is 10 plus the full.
10 plus number? Okay, so
bonus.
then...
Yeah.
And alright, so then it's 19. Okay, 19 then.
Yeah, your passive perception... Oh, you're talking about passive investigation is 19.
Right. Yeah, because it's rolling average. That's right, I remember now. Thank you. Sorry for that, I was wrong.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
In that case, one thing you would notice with the investigation catches your eye. The rug does have a... It is pulled back, like someone tripped on it and dragged part of the rug toward.
I'll mention it again, but hey, can you look at this while I go in with the gentleman? And I'll kind of point it towards, so that maybe Gambit can pick it out and he can figure it out.
Okay. The rug, there was something up with the rug? Sorry, zoned out for a sec.
It is, the rug is slightly moved, like someone had tripped on it and it dragged part of the rug over itself.
Okay.
Like, how when you squeeze a rug together, how it kind of makes like an arch? It looks like that, but only on one part where it looks like it caught on someone as they move. And was not straightened out.
And
What we think happened is the wife hit the husband over the head, because we did find in the mortuary there's a big gash on the side of his head. And we think she took the opportunity to run downstairs, grab a kitchen knife, come back up and stab him, as we found multiple stab wounds in his back. The knife tossed off to the side. Taking whatever opportunities here, don't know if they fought, don't know if they were having issues. Don't know if she was after something from him. I'd hate to think about it that way, but possible it happens.
And how did the fire start?
That's the last thing, is after she stabbed him, we think, took a lamp off the table over here, as he points to the table, and then off to the ground, where you see several broken shards of glass. I think we took a lamp, smashed it on the ground, and let the oil start the fire. Don't know if she was trying to burn the body or what, but
And who were
thankfully
the
someone
last
saw
people?
it.
Who were the last people to see them?
That would have been the neighbors. From reports about it, we know that the neighbors watched them. We know that someone visited them that afternoon, a courier. We've actually got him stopped up at the station just for a couple of days, asked not to leave town, which unfortunate for him, because that's kind of his job. Kept him in town. He stopped by, and then it was the next day that he died, like that next morning after he came by that afternoon. The neighbors didn't talk to him that much, but saw them come in. Didn't see anyone leave, but it was early morning, so she might have left without notifying anyone, without anyone seeing her.
Did they hear anything?
Nothing in particular. One of the ladies said she heard a crash. I assume was the lamp. The crash, that's when she came to look and saw the flames, but did not see the wife. Well, pretty much all I've got. If you got any more questions, let me know. I'm gonna go resume my stand out front.
Okay. Wait, I do
Nods.
have one more question.
Yeah, sure.
So do you believe that she's still in the city, or do you believe that she's already fled?
We're hoping she's still in the city. We've had a lookout for her since that morning. No one noticed a woman leave that morning. We've had part of the reason why they have the guard out at the edges of the city is just to make sure, and making sure that if anyone tries to leave, we'll find her if she does.
Okay.
Fix his tongue. I haven't found anyone. I assume she's still in the city then, if no one's seen her leave. Because it's not easy. Seems to smile a little bit. We're not. It's not terribly easy to smuggle things in or out of the city. We're pretty good about making sure there's illegal stuff going. So I don't think she would have gotten out without us knowing.
Can I roll
What would you like to roll?
insight on that?
Sure. Roll insight.
Would it be in wisdom?
Yep.
Okay, I had to change it back. Let's see.
Are you trying to like tell if he's lying, tell how he feels?
Yeah,
I
lying.
mean, he said words.
Right.
What you do with them is your decision.
Okay. I'm sure you think that.
Ew. Like I said, it could be wrong. Maybe she'll turn up, maybe. Fine. I mean, somebody's got to answer to the guy who was stabbed. But it's unfortunate too, like, fire burned up the guy's burned up his head and his face enough to where even a speak with dead spell doesn't. Shame. Could have solved this very quickly.
Mm.
Welcome to talk to the neighbors. See what they're saying.
Interesting.
But I don't remember of any of them seeing her leave. We'll be able to get something out that the others didn't. Let me know if you need anything else. I'll be downstairs. Free to look around. Step
Okay.
away. Also occurs to me we're still listening to lo-fi. Let's change over to suspense.
Thicket would like to ritually cast Detect Magic.
Thicket sits down and begins to prepare. Is anything anyone else would like to do over the 10 minutes?
Yeah.
What would you like to do?
I would like to investigate the table, the place where the fire was likely started, and then the kitchen, where the knives are kept. And I'm looking for, like, I'm going through and, like, step by step what they think the story is, and then I'm like, oh,
It looks like everything just disconnected again. Can y'all still hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Okay. Hopefully it'll reconnect. Looks like it's just Fantasy Grounds right now. It doesn't say that Twitch has lost connection yet, so we'll just keep going for the moment. So one of us can't hear
Okay.
the other.
And, like, seeing if the evidence, like, backs that up, like, or I don't know. It just kind of seems weird to me that she would whack him with the statue and then go and stab him.
Okay.
Like, why make two murder weapons when you could just whack him in the head again?
This is true. Might have to see the body to tell for sure. Looking around. What was the first thing you wanted to look? You wanted to look at the table?
Yeah, the table to see, like, if it had been moved, like if there was like a scuffle around it or something, like is there dust? What's on the table?
Okay, so there's not any dust on the table. You do see there is a little bit of a mark in the center. As you look, does appear to come from some kind of oil lamp, like a little bit got out and soaked in. Oh, I guess I should make you roll an investigation. Yeah, go ahead and roll an investigation.
Yeah. Hold on. Oops, I have to get back into
Fantasy Grounds is back again.
Nice.
Okay, it'll give me just a second. Oh, and I also want to look for, like, if there's like a desk or like an end table with drawers or something in it, and I want to see if I can find like a letter or something that the courier could have brought, or any other pertinent information.
Okey-doke. There is an end table. It appears to have been pretty much burned up from the fire. In fact, as you look around, you wanted to look at where the fire started. You find that the glass and stuff actually is almost directly on the end table. Like it was like thrown at and started there.
Mm.
Once we see your investigation, who knows if we'll get more or less.
All right, I'm coming.
Doing great.
Skills. Investigation. And the box. Oh, it was almost a 14.
It's a 6. It's hard to tell. You see that, you see those. Is Doug doing anything?
Doug is. I guess Doug is just. You said there's a bookshelf, right?
Yeah.
Doug's going to just meander around the bookshelf, pulling every book.
Pulling the books off the bookshelf, or just like pulling them back to see if there's like a secret passageway?
Both.
What kind of pulling?
Not
Like, are you pulling and tossing them off, or just pulling them out, putting them back in?
Pulling them out, looking through pages, and then putting them back.
Okay, I'll roll investigation on that.
Oh, and I also. Oh, sorry.
You good? Continue.
I also want to make sure that I get the narrative of what's going on downstairs. So like in the kitchen, like I'm looking for like where the knives are kept. Like, does the knives in the drawer match that knife? Does it look like a drawer was opened hastily and not closed?
Yeah, so as you go down, and we'll do Doug's first, but as you go down, Doug, you see that as you look around, most of these books are pretty normal. There are a couple of books of poetry, some history books, a couple of things here and there, nothing too special. The kind of things you could find at a bookstore and pay for on a normal salary. There's nothing fancy, there's nothing original copies. There is, however, as you notice, looking through, there is a space missing among a couple of the knickknacks, where there are a couple of statuettes. You see a statue made of wood of a man and a woman dancing. You see it's near the glasses. There's effectively like the glasses, the statue of the man and the woman, and then there's an empty space. That is, you glance at it, you take a closer look, and see that there is a like square empty spot where there's no dust. It's just around the rest of it, and there's not dust on this one spot. It's almost like a sticky note size.
Okay. I guess Doug will let the group know that, hey, I may have found a switch of some sort. Should I like put a book on it or?
There was no book or anything on there in the first place, so you can go ahead and put a book on the opening, on the spot.
Yeah, just like lay a book, I guess, across it.
You place the book on it.
Yeah.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Gambit downstairs, you looking through the stuff, you see the knives. The knives and several other utensils are just like spread across the counter, like someone threw them across the counter. Or maybe they were dropped or fell over or something. As you see, there is effectively one of those knife holders made of wood, where the other knives and such would have been like set into it, but the whole thing has been knocked over and the knives are spread across the counter. The brother is sitting downstairs on the couch with Garand. He's just sitting. He has his like hands crossed in front of his mouth and is just kind of staring off.
Once he seems like he's going to be safe alone in his thoughts for a little bit, then I will like comfort him one more time and just try to encourage him. Maybe if you want me to do like a roll or anything to try to like, you know, let him know where to solve it or something.
General charisma. Make a persuasion check if you're trying to like make him know that it's okay. Make a persuasion check. It seems to be mostly in his thoughts. It's almost like he doesn't hear you for part of it. But he seems to be okay.
All right, then I'm going to start trying to go back to helping Gambit try to figure this out, because between the two of us, we should do good.
Fully.
Make Garon's investigation check. Are you starting with the knives on the counter or going somewhere else?
Yeah, I'm gonna join Gambit, and when I head over, I'll kind of like let him know, hey, the brother's like having a rough time, so you know, I really don't want to like leave here too soon. I'd rather spend extra time that we don't need here and overdo it than to underdo it. So that's kind of like what I'm like letting Gambit know, and so I'm just gonna help out whatever he's been working on. So you said knives on the tables all spilled out?
Yes, make an investigation check. And in the meantime, Thicket, you finish your ritual cast. You open your eyes and begin to look around for magic. You don't see any real magic here. Like, there's the magic in the bathroom, but like in the main room, in the fire, there's no distinct magical aura.
All right.
No touch of anything that's not from your group. Around the 12, you can't tell much more than there are knives scattered across the counter.
What about like the kitchens and stuff?
Walking downstairs
Everywhere
in the
else
kitchen,
that everyone else has been checking.
there is no magic in this house. Magic items, nothing.
All right.
Just
Can I
you guys.
use my proficiency in medicine to check whether or not the blood on the knife is um, from an animal or not?
Hmm. You know, I will say, because you're a cat, that you can. That you can make the roll. It's not necessarily going to be easy when you're trying to like smell and try and figure out what it might be from. So go ahead and make the
Hero point
do it.
1.
Okay, one
Okay.
hero point, and what's the roll?
20. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. All right. Looking at it, smelling it, it appears to be. Let me double check that I'm getting it's correct. It is a half. It smells of half elf, or a mix of an elf and human blood.
Do we know if that's the dude?
Yeah. You'll
Okay.
know that that's Persilith, based on the letters that were sent between Linnea and Ulrich. Persilith is a half elf.
So the knife definitely seems like real evidence.
Yeah. Definitely seems like a stabbed at least a half elf. Based on what the guy said, probably the guy whose body is now.
All right. I think that was my only idea.
Looking at the bed, you do see the part that hasn't been burned. There is a lot of blood.
Mm.
But that make a perception check as well.
Perception. Ooh, that was almost a 14. 12.
Okay. Garand and Gambit. Looking through the knives, you can't figure out necessarily what you're looking for here. There's a bunch of knives across the counter from the thing. If you like take the knives and try to put them back in the thing, you do see there is one missing. Presumably the knife that's upstairs.
Okay, so what else have you looked at, Gumbit? And maybe I can try with my eyes and see if between the two of us we figure out something.
Is there any like object or something that we know of that was used to like whack him initially? We found the knife.
Yes. Laying on the bed is a statue of Ada. It is effectively a, not golden, but like a gold color, like yellow painted, looks to be mostly carved out of stone, a statue of a man with like a tall humanoid with these long robes and these angel wings coming from his back. With a fairly wide, couple inch by couple inch square base. Doug.
Wait,
Nothing happened when you set the book on the.
Does it seem like it's like perforated, or like I could lift it? Like, can I?
Nope.
Where?
It's just a spot where there is no dust. Like running your finger along it, it is completely flat and flush with the wood.
But it was just like square. Like there's no.
Yep. A square spot with no dust.
Like, is it the size of like a jewelry box?
It's not quite that big. It's about the size of like a regular size sticky note.
But you said there's dust around it.
Yep.
Do I notice anything else on this shelf?
Knickknacks. Looks to be items from the wedding, the statue of bride and groom, you'd assume, these fancy glasses. There's a small stack of letters off to the side on that same shelf.
Doug's gonna go through the letters.
Looking through them, opening up. Most of them, not most of them, they're all already opened, have been pulled out and put back in. It looks like a couple of times. And they seem to all be well wishes from guests of the wedding. Garand and Gambit. Gambit, where are you leading Garand?
I'm just kind of telling him what the guard told me, and like how
I have questions.
just how I'm kind of questioning the story and checking the facts and
Alright,
going
what's your
through
question?
like each one of those.
Do we have
Okay.
access to our new 3rd level spells yet?
Yes.
Are there any plants?
There are no plants in here, no. Like, no houseplants or anything. There are
There-
some
Are
houseplants
there
downstairs.
trees outside that could see through the window?
Like I said a minute ago, there are vases of flowers downstairs. But there are no plants up on the 2nd floor.
Are there trees that could see through a window?
There are not.
Okay. Would speak with plants work on flower vases?
Yep. The flowers in the vase are still technically alive. Because of how plants work.
So you said the vases are where?
1st floor.
1st floor.
Right around the living area.
Okay.
The closest thing there is to decoration. In the
Look
1st
at
floor.
the details of this spell. I'll get back to you.
Okey-doke. Garand, what do you focus on after Gambit tells you the story? As you do see Doug is inspecting a set of letters next to the shelf.
Okay, so just correct me on any errors I make as I kind of repeat back to you what I believe and understand.
This is a
so
momentary mystery, so go for it.
yeah, man. I mean, we gotta Scooby this thing out. So it seems like they are going with a story that they are just kind of fabricating based on what little they have. Is that so far correct?
Yeah, they seem to be putting their best of what happened, of what they believe based on basically what they presume
Right.
of, a married couple, this stuff here, this is probably what happened. It's not there's no like guaranteed evidence that this is definitely the case, but there's circumstantial evidence.
Right. So in a very crude example, if this were a 12-piece puzzle, they have 4, and they think that those 4 are enough sufficiently to determine the overall picture. Okay.
Yep.
And he's
At least
basing
until
it
they
off
find the
of-
wife.
Right. Okay, so they're basing it on they found the dude dead. They found the top portion of the dude burned, but not fully all the way burned. And there's evidence of, or there's a knife or whatever that was upstairs or something. Okay, so asking Gambit
a knife that stabbed him, that seems to
if
be
he had a
from
chance.
the things downstairs.
Okay,
Yep.
asking if Gambit looked at that knife or if anybody's checked out the knife that he knows of yet.
Yeah, it looks like it looks like it came from downstairs.
How
And Thicket might have heard this to be able to jump in.
how long ago did this happen? The murder?
2 mornings ago. So
Dang.
approximately
48 hours.
40, 50 hours.
Dang.
The blood is pretty much dried.
Speak with plants will not be effective.
And then while we're waiting for Thicket to come and listen on what he's learned, I'll ask what Doug is looking at as well. Because right now it seems like we're approaching this like an escape room where we're all off doing different things, and I think maybe we need to do this as a team effort and all go together each thing at a time, and maybe
Thicket will regroup with everyone.
I hate for us to have to like re-go over everything a whole bunch, but I mean I think that might be what's necessary, because it's looking like there's very little real evidence here, so we're gonna have to really either luck out or solve it mentally together somehow.
Yeah.
Do they have
So-
any pets?
Hey, Doug,
Not that you can.
Just, I was just say, hey Doug, what are you looking at?
Some wedding letters, it looks like.
Did Doug say aloud when he found the empty spot that has no dust on it? So thicket. They do not seem to have any pets.
Okay, good, because I didn't prepare to speak with animals.
He did mention it before he placed a book on top of it.
Okay, so Gambit might have heard him say that.
Yeah. I'd like to investigate that. Oh, Goran's kind of looking over what I've looked at.
Make there's not only an investigation check. Since you've been pointed out, there is a empty spot about, I don't know, how big is a sticky note? 3-4 inches, something like that.
Yeah.
Where?
Mhm.
Of no dust. Been slightly disturbed by a book being put on it, but you can still see the shape and the area around it that has dust on it.
And then Doug's gonna move to the rug by the bed and pull it.
I
It is
look at the
pretty snugly under the feet of the bed.
Sorry.
Sorry,
Can
what
I
was
look
that,
at the
Jason?
statue? The statue.
The statue?
Yeah, does it look like
Statue.
it went on the place where the dust is lacking?
Take the statue and set it there. It does seem to be on that exact spot.
Okay.
Which strikes you as odd, because the guy said they thought it was on the table. And the statue is further away on the other side of the room from the bed.
Okay.
Assuming Gambit points that out, I'm gonna say I think that they have more information than they're giving us, and I'm gonna say thicket. I need you to help sift through what lies they might be telling.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Okay.
Doug, as you pull on the rug, what is your passive perception?
Not great. Passive perception. 10.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, you pull on the rug. It pulls on the bed.
Can I lift the bed of the one of the feet of the beds?
Yeah, you could easily get the rug out from under the bed, but just pulling on it, it's stuck. But you can easily lift the edge of the bed and pull it out.
Okay. Do I?
Most of the...
I was gonna ask if I noticed anything on the rug that was weird or under the bed.
Make a perception check.
Great.
Or I guess investigation check.
Investigation.
Hard to tell. It's a rug. It's burned. Can't quite tell if there's anything special about it.
Any blood?
Did you look for blood specifically? Yes. You find that where would have been a couple of feet near where the rub in the rug where it had made an arch, like someone had tripped over it, there is several drops of blood.
And that's not near where the body was.
Nope.
Or is it? Okay.
It is. It's about where the guy, the dwarf, had acted out like he'd been hitting a guy. Basically saying that the guy was hit here and then fell onto the bed and then was stabbed. It appears that something caused him to bleed before he was ever on the bed.
I think it's reversed. I think he was stabbed and then he was hit in the head. That's
So are you suggesting then that the stab was the killing wound, and then the bludgeoning was the covering wound, obfuscation, deception,
right.
and then the burning was to assist that?
Yes.
Sounds plausible.
Yeah, and then they went downstairs and like, and they just kind of like whacked things around and, you know.
I think
Or
we're going to need to get that courier, because that person might be in
yeah,
danger as well.
yeah. I think I think Garand that we can agree that we've done all we can here. With our circumstantial evidence, and it's time to move on to personal. What's the word like for like people? It's time to do
Connections?
people
Personnel.
evidence. Yeah,
Witnesses?
interpersonal evidence.
Ah. Okay. Heading downstairs. Is there anything else any of you want to do in the house before you leave to go wherever you're going next?
Can we at least look over everything that everyone else has gone over? Because I was busy trying to console the brother,
Yes.
and I don't.
Yeah.
If you want,
And
I
like,
can
if
say
anybody
they
was
all
doing their own thing,
quickly-
so yeah, if you can like meta just some rolls for us and just think about how much time you feel like that should take. And
I think it would be
because if
pretty
there's a
easy
time
for
limit, a
everyone
clock
to-
that we don't know about.
If you mean like to explain, it would be pretty easy for y'all to explain to each other, like, oh, this is what we saw, this is what we found. So if you
With
mean
all
like
that,
just getting information, like wondering if anyone sees anything extra.
Yeah, effectively, like, did someone else pick up on something? Because,
Hey,
as a way of like not to like cheese the chance of like roll sort of, but it's more like different people will see different things at different times. So
yes. I need Garand and Thicket both to make investigation checks. Unfortunately, Gambit looked at enough things already that he isn't going to see anything else from telling these things. But there are a couple of things that Garand and Thicket haven't looked at. Garand.
Could I mayhaps use perception?
Not for this one, no. Sorry.
Dang. Well,
That's still not bad. Thicket doesn't get anything in particular when looking at the knives. Scattered knives on the counter. Garand, looking at them, he looks at where the burning started, and as you look closely, you see that in addition to the oil, it looks like there was some other kind of greenish, almost oil-like liquid. This viscous green liquid that seems to be splashed a bit off to the side. Does anyone have proficiency in alchemy tool?
I have medicine.
well, I was gonna say, even though Ethan is not here in real time, can we ask Maverick, quote unquote, whether or not this makes sense to him? Can I?
Yes, we can.
I point this out
Let's
to him?
see. Does he have alchemy's tools? Thieves, smiths, guys, healers. He does not have alchemy tools, so he is going to make a general intelligence check to see if he can figure out what this stuff is. Needs to be a 50, and he got a 22. Yeah, it looks like alchemy fire. This like special mixture that they make that burns really good, like way better than oil does. You're supposed to be able to like throw it and have a lighter connected to it, and it'll catch on fire and explode. It looks like someone like added alchemy fire to the oil.
All right, that's
But like alchemy fire is expensive.
enough of a reason.
It's not normal. As he looks around, I mean, I guess their place is pretty nice.
Yeah, that's enough of a reason for me to. I want to look around at least a couple more moments. I really don't want to risk the life of our courier friend, but yeah, this is good Yeah, and I think when we're walking and we're leaving, I think we need, and I'm telling this to Thicket, I think I need to talk to him about a couple of these things, these bits of information we found out. See if he has any sort of response. See if he has a tell. If you can pick up on any deceptive tendencies he may have.
Was that a question towards Thicket?
Yeah, it was kind of like a
Oh,
like when we're leaving, I want to kind of ask him, like, tell him about the stuff that we found and see his response. But since I'm not going to be able to pick it up as Garand, and I know that Thicket can, I want Thicket to be paying attention when I ask the questions.
got it.
Basically, he wants to mix his persuasion with your insight.
Right? Yeah, like because we're a team and we all need we need each other. So
yeah.
All right. So yeah.
Things.
If there's anything else that I could remotely look at that I haven't looked at.
Not really. I've kind of looked at all the stuff of note.
Okay. You said I noticed something about the rug. Now that I have time, can I go back and look at it more intently? You said I did notice something about it?
It looks like someone tripped over it, and the thing that you effectively would have gone back and look at, you find is what Doug mentioned, the blood on it.
Okay. Okay. All right, well, let's go see if we can catch this guy in a lie.
As we're walking, I want to try and like work out with Garon. Should we come up with like a signal or something for like when he says a lie, or should I just be like, "Yo, he's lying"? I know some bird calls from the forest.
He may not know what to make of you, so you could just stand next to me and like paw at me, like my leg or something, to indicate that something else is amiss. And I'll figure out what you mean by that, so I don't give you away, because I don't. You're our secret weapon in this way. The fact that you can read people's lies very well means that we don't want people to know that, because then they might be more creative in their tales. So, yeah. If worst case scenario, if it's like a bold face, like, oh my gosh, he's responsible, then yeah, I mean, then by all means, let us say something and let's grab the man.
Question for the DM.
Yes.
So I know that like Cedar has like command, right? Is there a way for Cedar to like secretly like command? Let's say if we found out that like the person was lying, and Cedar could just say like truth, like, is that possible without turning them like hostile?
He would definitely know if you tried to, especially because you can't really quietly do it. You have to actively like command them to do the thing. You could do it, but he would definitely know.
If we feel like that's like a last-ditch effort option, confess is typically a better word, because truth just means any kind of truth, since command allows for a lot of versatility, but confess, I think, would be more active in the case that we know that they're responsible in some way, because part of it is like the intent of the caster. But again, now he may have different rules. Micah may decide differently or whatever, but typically speaking, truth could just be like, it's a nice day today. Like,
but I like where your head's at. That's good. Find out.
Yeah, I think Doug will just tag along for intimidation if needed.
Fair.
All right, so then we can
Do you
we
leave
want to put
Ulrich
everything
sitting
back
on
the
the
way that we found
couch?
it? No, I mean, we're going to get Ulrich, of course, but I mean, do we want to leave like the statue replaced back where we found it, or do we not want any backup to know that we figured out what's that was
Yeah,
out?
I think we should put it back the way that we found it.
That was the only thing, right? Everything else like seemed otherwise like we didn't move anything else.
Yeah, you'll
Yeah.
move the statue, the knife, and the rug, so you could easily
And
put
the
them back. And the book. Technically the letters, but you can put everything back where you found it.
Going over the letters, was there any indication of anything?
No, they all just seem to be heartfelt wedding letters.
Okay.
Some are more
Then yeah, if everyone's ready.
standardized. Like yep, thanks for inviting us to your wedding. Thanks for inviting us to your wedding. Oh, it was so wonderful to see you, and I've missed you so long. Thanks for inviting us to your wedding. Thanks for inviting us to your wedding. Some of them are very standard. Some of them are a little bit more connected.
All right, then if everyone's ready, I think we need to try to see if this particular fellow is lying.
All right.
Hey.
Because at the very least, he's the guard that was chosen to be there, so he has at least a small chance of knowing more than he's letting on. So yeah, I guess we walk out and I think we're done for now. Are we able to go and question the courier, and can you escort us, or are you guard here?
I have to stay here, unfortunately. Just keep watch over the crime scene until the investigation's done, especially to find out if the wife comes back for anything. As for the courier, yeah, head up to Dusk Quarter. The magistrate there should be able to connect you. I believe he's still not in the prison, but he's in one of the waiting rooms. We offered him a bed. He can technically move about town. They've already questioned him, but he took us up on the offer to stay there for the time being. Let's see. Yeah, you can also find the morgue there if you want to look at the body. But that's where you'll find the courier.
All right. It may interest you or your superiors to know. It looks as though there's a little bit of discrepancy on the way some of the crime scene played out. There appears to have been some alchemist fire, and some of the blood shouldn't have been where it was within relation to the moving of the bodies. And there was a piece of weaponry that theoretically would not have been placed where it was, unless someone was more intentional about it. So.
Really? What do you think
happened? It's very strange. And at this point, can Thicket get a read on the guy?
Yeah, Thicket, make an insight check.
Hold on, my earplugs just died. Just real quick before the other one dies. Okay.
Insight.
Perception. Insight. Insight. Dirty 20.
20. He does not seem to be he seems to be genuinely a little surprised and curious. He doesn't seem to be hiding anything. He seems to be curious as he's telling that there's a different story. Really? What happened?
Genuine interest.
Yep. You don't sense any ill will, at least so far.
And provided that I don't get any kind of indication to kind of press on from Thicket, we have a couple of theories, but nothing we feel substantive yet. That's why we want to look more into this. But yeah,
that's fair.
If
I never get put on investigations.
Well, hopefully you'll get.
I'm not the most perceptive.
That promotion soon.
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
Well, that's all right. We all have our strengths.
Appreciate it.
I'm sure you've got great opportunities elsewhere.
More of the stand
but
guard,
yeah,
run into a burning building, that type of stuff. That's more my jam.
You know, when you mention it to your superiors, assuming they come back on
I
your
assumed
shift,
y'all were going to.
um,
Sounded like that's where you're heading next. But yeah, I'll definitely let them know if y'all aren't planning on it.
yes, but yeah, no, I mean, no, if we don't meet them before you do for any reason, you know, just see if they have any other insights that you might be able to share with us should we return.
Yeah, of course.
I
Definitely.
am going to. Is
Did you say your name was?
is there a way that I can kind of Grunt Even Star?
Even star. Even star. Even star. Yeah, you were saying something else?
Well,
Or I
yeah.
guess
So
that was
I'm
Chris.
asking Micah, is there a way that is there a way to kind of hint that if it looks like one of his superiors was keeping information about the case from him, I might be able to get him promoted over that superior? Is there a way I can like kind of pretend like I have that sort of pull and power and that I, kind of be on the lookout for something like that? Is there anything I can do for something like that to try to?
Probably.
I'm basically
That'd
trying to
be up-
smooth the guy to get like an ally, if that makes sense.
You'd have to imply that, which I don't think so far that you have. But if you did, you could totally try a persuasion check if you want to. Like, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to go more subtle with it, but
yeah.
So yeah,
But he seems to be a little on the dense side from Thicket's insight.
Okay, well, if
He's not the smartest guard.
All right, so if
he still made
yeah,
but he's
probably would be probably wouldn't be the best idea then to try to convince him to do that. So, all right, yeah, if I start trying to do that, and maybe Thicket like grabs my pants.
Yeah, he might just go
like,
right
what are you
over
doing?
his head.
And I'm like, oh, okay, never mind, I'll back off.
Might just go right over your head, and right over his head if you tried. So you said you were heading where? Off to the barracks, the place where they have the courier.
Yeah, I think making sure that he is safe is of a higher priority than, because he's more immediate. Like, we know where he is, we know that he's relatively held. I think making sure he's safe is slightly higher priority than the corpse.
Fair.
But I mean, does anybody else have a thought process or a different way they want to go?
No, that sounds good to me.
I'm all for it.
Okay. In that case, that's where y'all head next. And we need to go ahead and take a 5-minute break because it's been a little bit over an hour. Go ahead and take a 5-minute water break, get some water, remove some water, whatever you need to do, and then we will return back, continue for another hour and a half or so while we can.
Fun. This is a good mystery so far. It's very, very sparse in clues.
Oh, that's nice. I ran out of water about 10 minutes ago. You got 27, Doug.
Yeah, I saw it had like 0, 0. I was like, what is this to 100? But
Yep. It's a D100. I got a 43. It used to be you had to like right click on the D10 and then select D100. Now you can just D100. I got 220 on my 20D20. Slightly above average. Oh, let's. Yeah, we can leave the suspense music up. It's fine. Oh, goodness. And thanks first time chatters, the Japeva and MC Hudson. We have been streaming for 32 weeks. 32 weeks of sessions at least. Technically a little bit longer than that if you consider the ones over.
so should this Grand Grandma appear in the other campaign?
What do you mean?
As in my shaman?
I mean, if you wanted to make the Grunge Grandma your shaman, sure. But the Grunge Grandma is not a shaman in terms of capabilities, so.
You don't think so?
No, I mean, maybe your version of a Grunge Grandma, but the character that you labeled Grunge Grandma after drawing on them, no. They're not. They're not definitely not a shaman.
Was that Abby?
No, that was me yawning. Been a long set of days recently. Hard time falling asleep. Hard time getting up. A lot of that recently. Dum 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 dum. Da-da.
Are you turning into an old man?
I've been an old man. I get tired at 9. I do need to roll a thing to check out something. Not yet. Okay. Let's see, we have Jack.
Yep.
We have Maury.
Hello.
We have Chris. We have Jocelyn.
Yeah, but you do have me.
Cool. Everyone's here. We'll go ahead and continue. As you make your way back toward the main area, Jocelyn, Gambit is continuing to see people are keeping an eye on you, as it seems whatever word has been spread is being spread pretty fast. As you approach, you do find your way back to the barracks. See the same guards like working on the front. Afternoon.
Howdy.
Yes, good day, gentlemen.
Well, what can we do for you? You're the ones that came earlier, right? What brought you back? What's up?
We're trying to investigate the situation for the man's sister, and
Right.
we heard that you
yes,
do have that you have the courier. The courier is nearby,
he's off
able
in the
for us to
barracks.
speak with.
Yeah, as he points over to the long house off to the side. Yeah, he's in there. Probably. They haven't been keeping him under lock and key, but he's been hanging out there for the most part.
Thank you very much.
Happy to help. As you head over, you step into this long house that's you see is effectively a barracks bunkhouse. There are somewhere between 10 and 25 beds in here. I'm going to go ahead and say 20 beds, or 20 beds. Across the length of the room, various different chests around, sitting at the front of beds, each of them having their own lock on them. You see halfway down, the only person in here at the moment. Actually, there are several people. You see what look to be a few guards asleep on some of the different beds, and a guy. Yes, it is a guy. About halfway down, sitting on one of the beds, seeming to read a book. You see a. They are an elf. You see a wood elf. Got it. Sitting, reading a book, halfway down. Doesn't seem to have the same equipment, outfits, or general look as the guards.
Same plan. Grand and Thicket. Question mark?
What? Same plan?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I guess I'm also persuasive. Oh, that's right.
Chris is out for a couple of seconds. He'll be back in a moment. You'll walk over there. Is Gambit starting off conversation?
Sure. So you're the courier, right?
He looks up. Yeah.
Hey,
y'all-
we are kind of investigators.
Okay.
So
I already gave my statement a couple of times now, but yeah, what can I do for you?
yeah, we
Well,
just like to hear what you have to say one more time. I sure this is not what you want to do.
Yeah, sure.
Are you paid hourly or by commission?
Paid for the days spent away from my baseline. Usually based on travel. I mean, it's Darvish couriers. They pay pretty well based on travel. Typically, if I get stuck somewhere for a few days, the office has me covered. Like we have an office here, but I actually live back in Schist, so I'm just here for a couple of days until I take something else somewhere else, because I'm not in a hurry to get back. So whether I take it back to Schist or who knows, maybe go to Delta, Vane. Nice this time of year. And then eventually I'll make it back and I'll get my pay for the different trips. So I actually usually get paid when I get to a place. Usually only the major cities, though, have the actual notoriety for it.
So you're not missing out too much.
No, not really. I mean, the guards need gestures to the barracks. They're taking care of my food and stay for the couple of days I'm off work. Already been paid for the job to get the... It was odd. I was paid to get here really fast, like full-time, as fast as I could get here to deliver just this one letter. Normally, if we have something like that, it's like nobles or stuff, but it was a lady.
So it was to, what's her name? It's Lee something.
Yeah, Linnea.
Linnea.
Miss Yesfine.
So
I was supposed to get a letter from her brother and Mr. Avishi. I guess they know each other.
yeah, like, do you know for sure the letter was from? Who the letter was from? Or was
That's
that?
what's written on it.
Um,
I don't open letters. I am far above that, and I know I will get fired in a second if Mr. Avishi ever
Right.
caught me opening anything.
Understandable.
Everything's better if I don't look inside. I just knew it was busy. I knew it had to get here as fast as possible. Single letter.
We sent a letter, like, or told him to send a letter, right?
This is the courier that was sent to warn her.
Okay.
I meant,
so
like,
we sent this letter.
We were the ones who, like, told what's his name to send a letter to his sister, right?
Yes, y'all were recommended that they send a letter to her to warn her, and that's why it's written from Ulrich and Rusty. Rusty paid for it.
So, did you deliver the letter?
Eh?
Who did you give the letter to?
Miss Linnea, the human woman, found her address, asked what her name was, got the name, verified, asked if she knew the sender. She did. So I handed off the letter and I moved on. Her and her husband seemed fine. They were happy. He seemed to be egging her on. They were having private time. Dropped off the letter, moved on. I don't ask questions. Well, not if I can help it. They seemed fine. I only know now that apparently one of them's dead, which is... It's a lot. Well,
yeah.
I hope the letter had nothing to do with it, but... Look.
Is Thicket getting any read on this guy? Like, he does seem like 100% on the up and up.
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
You can make an insight check if you'd like, since you're actively paying attention.
17.
He seems to be fully honest. He seems to take very seriously the don't ask questions side of the job. You don't get the sense that there's anything he's hiding from you. Yeah, I took the letter. That's about it. I'm not liable for anything, right?
Oh no.
Okay, good.
I'm not a lawyer, so
Oh, damn. Okay, well.
I can't say anything.
I assumed the guards would have arrested me by now if I was.
Yeah. I think they're just keeping you around because you're a little bit of a witness, so...
Yeah, I mean, one of the last people to see him, right? That's what I was told.
Right. So I wouldn't sweat it too much. I mean,
But
unless you're guilty.
They seemed fine. Like, she kissed her husband before I even made it off the porch. Like, they didn't seem like they were having any problems, if you ask me. But,
Yeah,
never know.
drowning people are usually silent.
You know, that's a fair and depressing point.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm gonna lean in closer and kind of bring this to a lower volume level. Look, you seem good at your job, but honestly, part of the reason why that letter was sent was to learn some information about some of the goings on in this town. So you might want to keep your eyes open and your ears to the ground. If you start
Wait,
to get wind
do you work for
of something,
do you work Dervishi couriers? Like, or investigators?
we're investigating on behalf of Miss
Oh.
Darvishi.
Rusty hired you. Okay.
We'd like
Miss
to keep you
Darvishi.
safe as well. Right. We'd like
Got it.
to keep you safe. So, if keep doing what you've been doing the last couple of days, so that you don't arouse any suspicions.
Got it.
And be as helpful as you've been. You know, answer the questions. You know. But if you can be subtly looking for anything out of place, we'll check in with you before bed and in the morning to help you get out of here safely, because I don't want you to be held accountable. I don't want you to, because it is possible that someone might try to frame you. So the best thing that you can do is feign ignorance while looking for any potential clues. You seem to honor your job right and well, and I do not want something worse to happen to you, because it is not. It's there. The evidence is looking very odd in the crime scene. So, and I'm being like 100% with him. So I don't know if I
Make a persuasion check.
can like persuasion him to calm down, or like kind of get him on my on side.
Yeah, you gotta make a persuasion check. It's definitely one of those times.
Man, bad tonight.
He seems nod. Okay, I'll keep my eyes out. Sure, I guess. I mean, I haven't said anything beyond what I know anyway, so I won't say any more. I'll keep my eyes out. Sure, as long as I'm in town.
Like I said, we'll check in with you, and hopefully we can get you on your way quickly. And I would recommend staying away from here for a little while, just in case.
Oh, so I should like leave the barracks, or
No.
should I stick around? Oh,
No. I mean, keep up the appearances, right? Make sure that it's all sorted. But we're going to check with you in the evening and in the morning, as long as you're here, until you can leave. And then once you leave, don't return for a while.
like Tashir?
Yeah, because if something is more foot than a surface level issue, I don't want you to be held accountable, or even to be a scapegoat. You know, people love to have someone to blame.
Is something big happening?
We don't know.
It could be.
I mean, I've been here before. I knew that there's like a group that doesn't like Ord, but like, didn't know there was like a big like. Do you think it was them?
It's unclear.
That's what we're here to find out.
What do you know about this group that doesn't like the? Yeah, what do you know about this group that doesn't like the Lord?
There's this group called the Shade Tree. Mantra is that the sun is burning a little too hot, something like that. I mean, haven't heard much about it. It's just like whispers on the street, you know. And sometimes I deliver letters to the bad side of town. People talk about it. There's like this group that thinks like they say that Selxander, the Lord, is corrupt. Like that he's like amassing power for something. Like sees himself as a god or something like that. Which, I mean, sure, the guy's charismatic and seems like a bit full of himself, but I don't know if I'd go that far. But they really don't like. Yeah, they're over. I think they in the Midnight Quarter somewhere, but I've never sought them out.
All right. Well, that right there, that is information that can get you a target. So don't say that again. Don't talk to anyone else about that. Just keep going on like, oh, I'm so thankful for the guards who've been looking out for me. They've been taking care of me, knowing that they, I just want to get on with my job. Buy them a beer, something like that. Get them. Some people really love milk. You might want to get them some milk. So some people are. Okay, I'm not really. It's just in case. Just what.
Yeah, make an intimidation. Since you're leaning a little more into the side of big danger. Make an intimidation check as well.
Beckett very quietly just whispers, "I like toast."
Like toast?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'll get some bread. But yeah, you've got it, man. I'll stay quiet. I haven't heard anything. I don't know anything about a shade tree organization thing. Nope, nothing like that. Never heard of them.
That's hilarious. Yeah, so just keep it up. We'll check on you in the evenings and in the mornings. Once you get a chance to skedaddle, please let Mr. Vichy know what you've told us this evening. Otherwise, don't bring it up again.
You've got it. I guess I'll head back there after I get done here then. Right, and who should I tell her sent me?
The messengers.
Messengers. Okay. That does sound like a group that she would have. Okay. So he gives you a nod, and assuming you head out, begins to go back to his book. Albeit, as Thicket can tell, seems to have a bit more anxiety about him than he did when you started talking to him.
Good job, team. We made a man anxious.
Can I?
You convinced a man there's a conspiracy in a city.
Is there anything I can do to like calm him on the way out, like a persuasion, or I can use my mantle and everybody can see me get all pretty again.
If you really want to, you can. I mean, he doesn't look so anxious like he's gonna do something stupid, but just a little on edge for the moment.
Okay.
No, just being told that his
Reasonable
life is in danger.
apprehension.
Yeah, reasonable apprehension.
Okay, I just don't want him to like look like he's sweating bullets and then a guard comes like, "What's wrong? Nothing. Everything's fine." I don't want that.
That's fair. Yeah, I'll stick with the intimidation stuff you've already rolled. There's not much more you could do unless you tried to use more.
Okay.
I rolled his wisdom saving throw, so he'll treat it how he will.
Okay. Then yeah, at that point, I think we need to, unless anybody disagrees, I think we should go try to look at the corpse, and then after that, then we need to talk to the original investigators and see how they respond to the alchemist fire and the moved statue blunt object.
We can also try to make contact with the sister. Although that will be more difficult.
I was gonna say, if you have an idea, I'm down.
If she has like an item or something that she wears all the time, maybe we could try and locate object, but I might have to be familiar with it in order to try and find it.
Ulrich, did she have anything, a family heirloom or the wedding ring or anything like that? Would there be something that she might have kept that she might have with her?
Yeah, the wedding ring. It wasn't like she always wore jewelry, but she wasn't particularly sentimental. How she'd wear the wedding ring.
But I mean, could you describe it to Thicket?
It was fairly simple. It was a simple gold band. Inlaid into it was a small ruby. That's about it. It wasn't super special, but it was pretty. That's about all I know of it. As he scratched the back of the head. Sorry, I wish I could be more help. That's all I remember.
What cut was the ruby? Was it princess cut?
I don't know what that means.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Hey, Thicket, I know what a princess cut is.
They're
What's a
really
princess
very
cut?
pretty.
They are pretty.
What's a princess cut?
I prefer an eye
It's
slit,
just different
though.
ways that you cut
An eyelet?
gemstones. You can have squares, ovals.
No, I think it was like a what's fingers like this kind of diamond shape.
Mm-hmm.
Like came up to a point at the top.
Thicket, do you like rocks?
I do. I like rocks very much.
I also like rocks.
Oh my gosh,
We
this is
should-
amazing.
we should talk about rocks when we're not investigating a murder.
We really should.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, I don't know of anything else that she'd normally wear.
For mechanics
it's going
purposes, would
to
that be
try
enough of a
and-
description for Thicket?
No.
It's going to try and make the ring out of ice with shape water and be like, so how close is this to what it looks like?
A little thinner than that, and a little pointier. But yeah, with his descriptions and his knowledge of the ring, because he hasn't seen it in over a month and didn't pay terribly close attention, his description would not be enough for a locate object. Not enough familiarity.
Dang.
Unfortunately.
Do you know the guy who made it?
No. Maybe Perslet's family. They might know who he got it from. Or maybe one of their friends.
Is there something that
actually,
she might have with her that you are very familiar with?
No, but the bridesmaid, she lives in town. She might know where she got it from, or like know exactly what it looks like.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Where is she?
In the Dust Quarters. She only lived a couple of neighborhoods down.
What's her name? I feel like going around the Dust Quarter shouting bridesmaid is not going to be very effective.
That's a valid point. 1 second.
Let me auto-generate a name real quick.
Yep. 1 second. Let me generate a name, because this is one of the things that I forgot to do when I made this mystery.
You can't bring up an NPC and then be like, oh wait, they don't have a name.
And then I was like, crap, I didn't come up with a name. I specifically did not do this part. It's my own fault. Her name is Lada.
Perfect. Thank you
Yep,
so much.
she's a gnome. I don't know the last name. I can lead you to her house. I know where it is.
That would be epic.
Yeah. Are we going there first, or are we looking at Ursulith?
What are we
I
doing,
guess,
gang?
are y'all looking at Ursulith? I don't want to see it.
I mean, does Sita have the speak with dead spell?
Yeah, they said the speak with dead spell doesn't work.
She would be able to trade out a spell slot or a spell for it, but she'd have to take a rest. And yeah, they specified that, unfortunately, because the face was burned up quite a bit, there isn't a way that they could properly do it. Because in order to do a speak with dead, they have to have an at least mostly working mouth. Or an intact mouth. Like, that's a very easy way, if you have... For note, any DMs out there, a very easy way to make it so that a mystery doesn't have speak with dead as an option is just to have the murderer remove the jaw of the victim. And they can't be spoke with dead.
One of those, like, dump the body in international waters kind of thing, like that everybody knows.
Or melt it with acid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just one
like,
of those things. That any assassin worth
Okay, and so it wasn't like a lie. It wasn't like a lie. So it was. So someone was definitely trying to cover their tracks.
You could assume so.
I would like to point out I don't have locate object prepared, so we would have to wait a bit in order to be able to use it. But getting information in order to potentially be able to use it would still be good.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can see about that like in the morning or after rest or whatever. But yeah, I think in the meantime, getting information is good. So, I mean, the corpse probably isn't going anywhere, and the person who did it probably thinks that they already covered their trail, so they probably aren't too worried. So, it's probably okay. You know, I'm like that meme with the girl who's like holding her hands out, like she's like,
Yeah, maybe. Alright, so y'all going to see the body first, or going to see the bridesmaid?
I think we should go see the body.
Alright. Heading over, you are escorted by one of the guards. You can easily ask to a cold room that, as you enter, does seem to be chilled somehow via magic or some kind of natural creature. And laying upon a couple of different tables made of stone are bodies, one of which appears to be partially burned. The gnome walks over, stepping up to you all. You see this fairly short gnome with dark hair, fairly common leather-like clothing with these long, large gloves on, a scalpel, and these medicinal pliers in the other hand. What are you doing here?
We're detectives.
Oh. I guess that makes sense then. Alright, what do you need? Which body? Is it as he points over, is it the half-orc who got killed in that gang fight? I mean, well, they say it's not a gang fight, it's a gang fight. Is it as he points over the other one, the one that got hit by a horse? Good idiot. Or the burn guy?
It's the burn guy.
Alright. As he walks over and steps onto a stool up to the table. Now, if you look, as he points to the... you see the really tall half-elf, his feet going off of the end of the table. He is on his front, so his chest and everything is downward. He is uncovered except for a cloth over his midsection. You can see in his back, despite the burns, as the gnome looks over, you see right here, here, and here are various knife wounds. Got stabbed a lot, as he points over, and also looking at the head, something hit him. Though, as I did notice, because this is kind of my entire job, there was another stab wound, a bit different than the others. Looks like it came from a smaller blade, and he points out to the side, upper left side. Right about here, like someone stabbed up into his side with some kind of a smaller blade. Almost like a syringe, almost, but not quite. A little bit thicker than that. And as he taps on the head, the skull, based on the reaction, it could be the burn, or it could be that he was hit afterward. The hit on the head doesn't look like it had any time to react from being struck. Like how normally if you hit someone, their body will react and try to fix it, even if they're going to die rather quickly. But if someone's already dead, their body won't try to heal it at all on account of them being dead. So I think he was likely stabbed first, and then dealt with afterward, and then hit on the head afterward. Why you would do that, I don't know, but he was definitely dead when the hit.
Gambit is very proud of himself and his
Oh, you figured that out already?
mediocre detective skills.
As he looks over. Oh, you figured that already. Good. Smart. I'd like to see someone smart on the team for once.
Oh,
anything
I'm
else?
not the smart one.
Did anyone else pick up on the knife wounds, the blood, the seemingly direct strike to the head that I doubt anyone short would be able to do? How tall did they say the wife was?
So yeah, how tall? Right.
Yeah, sorry.
That's.
I'm not an investigator. I'm just here to do body work. Nice legs, though. Seems like.
But I mean, my thoughts were the same.
Who have you told about this extra stab wound?
The investigators.
Oh, fantastic.
I mean, I only finished my look over him about 4 hours ago. It was the first thing when I came in this morning. I had to do the other two yesterday.
Do you mind? Do you mind if I cast detect magic?
Go for it. We've got some, as he points up. It's not technically magic. We've got some brown mold on the lining of this building, so don't go trying to break into any walls unless you want to get hit by ice. Keeps the whole thing cold. Don't think there's any other.
Noted.
Oh, except this. And he taps on these goggles that are on the front. They let me see in the dark. Not very good at it. Kind of. Yeah.
Thicket pops a squat and casts detect magic.
Ritually.
Yeah.
Okay, that'll be 10 minutes. Well, the rest of y'all doing for 10 minutes.
While that waits, yeah, Gron's going
Let
to
him
speak
cook.
to him. Yeah, let him cook. Yeah. I'm impressed at your skill and aptitude at this, and that you did not try to hide any information. How long have you had this job?
While I've been the coroner here for
People do all sorts of
6-8 years.
Have you noticed anything, any trends or habits of what seems to be odd occurrences, like being struck on the head after already being dead? Like, has that been an increasing thing? Has that... No?
Not typically. People die all sorts of ways. It's an unfortunate state of the world we live in, especially from grim attacks. But, no, not really. Every now and again, we'll get a body that's rushed out. They want to get to a funeral real quick, or I'm asked not to look into it.
I
know what I'm here for.
Okay, well, what are you here for then?
I'm the coroner. Anything that needs looking into. If they think that there's no foul play involved, there's no point in having me waste my time on it, right? Here to specialize. I'm here to make sure that everything, that the investigators have as much information as they can about the body. I've done this quite some time. I like it. I'm good at it. I don't mind the dead. Not bad company once you get used to it. I don't need another psyche eval. Don't tell anyone I said that.
No, I'm not worried about that at all. You yeah, Garon's not. Like, he's like, I mean, you're interested in whatever you're interested in, as long as you're not doing harm or inappropriate things, then Garon has no care. But no, all right. So you haven't noticed an uptick or a swing, anything like that?
Nope. I mean, mystery deaths have happened for years, literally the entire time I've been here. I imagine there's just probably a couple of really good assassins about.
What do you know about the people who think that the Lord is thinks that he's a god?
A god, that's a bit much. I mean, full of himself, has a divine obligation to the city. Seems a bit grandiose to me, but it's not my business.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard the guy speak? I mean, he's really, really extra about everything. Like, I can see why he had the willingness to, like, lead and everything, and I see why the people love him. Mind you, everyone. Not everyone. Most of the people here like him. But, yeah, I mean, never thought he was a good god.
What about the people who don't?
I don't usually work with them. I come, I do my job. I've got my friends I drink with. I have never sought out any people that dislike him. Sure, I've heard the bad comment about the Dawn Guard at the bar every now and again, but like.
Where do you drink? What's the best place to? We're new in town.
Oh.
Where do you like to go?
Nice to meet you. If you're wanting cheap, if a bit sketchy, the Chimera's Tooth or Chimera's Fang, or something. That place down over. That's a pretty good place to drink. There's also perhaps as he at this point is just like tapping the ribs on the body, almost absent-minded. Let's see. The place me and always usually drink. is, as Micah thinks of a name, over in the day quarter, actually, a bit nicer there, nicer booze. There's a place called the Angel Share.
All right. Thanks for the recommendations.
I feel like that name is familiar to Micah, and I'm wondering if I stole that from a thing. Did I steal that from a thing? Oh, too late
Say it
now.
again, I forgot.
Angel Share.
Yeah, that's from Genshin.
Dang it. Angel something else. The Daylight Honey, sure.
Angel Share is the name of a tavern.
Well,
It's the one
Daylight
that
Honey.
Luke runs.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, that guy. That's why I remembered it. Okay, makes sense.
Had you ever met the victim or his wife?
Nope. Don't recognize the guy. I didn't swing in that kind of circle. I tend to live over in the day quarter. Job pays pretty well. No, never knew the guy.
Was he a member of the Dawn Guard?
Not the Dawn Guard, but it was a member of the regular guard, from what I was told. Yeah, there are two sets. Like there's the regular guard, a bunch of those guys, and then the Dawn Guard, the really fancy dudes, gold armor and all that. Well, gold. He puts in air quotations. Armor. Really, just kind of yellow. Yeah, Maverick can dwell up there with Ulrich, or Cedar, or both. Both.
Was there you said the small wound was larger than a syringe?
Yeah.
Are you thinking like scalpel? Are you thinking like a kunai?
Kunai's a bit too big. I'd probably say something more like a stiletto blade. Very thin knife. Not very thin, but like almost like a long nail.
Would it seem like a killing blow, or would it seem like a debilitating blow?
It went right through his lung.
To allow. All right, so that means that even the other stabs were
Oh yeah, entirely
unnecessary as well.
100%. Honestly, if it burned a bit longer, wouldn't have been able to even really tell the difference, but apparently they got the fire put out pretty fast, so good on them.
Have you ever seen that same stiletto wound on another body? Or maybe even in like the last 6 months, even?
He thinks for a second. Probably. It sounds familiar. I'd have to look at my notes to tell which case, but I've definitely seen similar types of wounds. But I guess anyone that knows that has that kind of weapon and knows their way around a stabbing would be. But I've definitely seen that type of attack before.
Okay, so it doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like a signature move. I know some assassins pride themselves on killing in the same way all the time.
No, it's not a completely unique thing. Like if someone likes their particular blade, there's a paid assassin or something in town. Maybe this guy got the bad end of a stick. It doesn't seem like a serial killer necessarily. It's not like showing up every day of the week. But every now and again one comes up. Actually, as he thinks, I'm gonna make him roll another check to see if he remembers a thing. Nope, got nothing.
Awesome.
Let the dice tell the story, right?
No, definitely. It can create some interesting fun.
Anything else I can help you with? And Thicket, your detect magic procs. Yeah, with the exception of what you have, like with the exception of what you guys have and the guy's goggles, you don't see any notifications of magic in the room.
Interesting.
Sorry. There's a lot of places where there's no magic, unfortunately. Not because it's illegal, just because it's easier to cultivate a parasitic, well, not parasitic, but like evil brown mold than it is to enchant ice magic into any Romini cold. Anything I can do for you? Yeah, that's about all I know about the victim. Poor guy seems to be doing okay. Physically, besides that, he was fine. Peak condition.
Did you recognize the signs of alchemist fire?
He was pretty well burned. I wouldn't be able to tell between the two different ones, but it's definitely possible that alchemy fire could have done this. It's not a supremely common material, but it burns just as well as anything else. Better, actually. I wouldn't be able to tell between oil and alchemist fire from the burn marks. Why, did you find something at the scene?
Inconclusive. Just trying to see if maybe you picked up on any additional things, because the burn, for not burning far enough to remove the wound, the stiletto wound that you found, but to be enough to melt away part of him, seemed like a reasonable possibility. Like, that fire would have to be very, very hot for a short period of time to make it that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's definitely possible. Yeah, besides that, like, magic will do this. You actually have a point that it probably would have had to burn a bit longer if it was just a regular flame or oil before doing this much damage.
I don't need any credit for that or anything. Feel free to take that credit. But
All right.
it just seemed like plausible.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Definitely in the realm of possibilities. No guarantee, but it's definitely possible.
Indeed, like you said, it could have also been magic or something.
Yeah, 100%. That's all you need from me. I need to go and, well, as he looks over to the other one, I need to start getting that one ready for burial. You good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did we
You've
want him to
been
look
very
at his
helpful.
notes? Sorry. Did we want him to look at his notes to see if he can see a pattern with the stiletto? Do we want to ask him that, or do we feel like we got everything we can from him right now?
I think we can come back to that if we need to. Let's put a pin in that one for right now.
Alright. Heading out, where are y'all going next? What's your plan?
Well, I think we want to go talk to the bridesmaid, and then maybe after that, then we can talk to the other investigators, and maybe Thicket can read them.
Sure.
Alright. Need to check something. As you said you wanted to go to the bridesmaid first?
Yeah.
Okie doke. As you walk back through the streets, I need two of you to make perception checks.
Can you roll for a cedar? Because she's our other perception person. We have like 2 people I think can cover most things at any given time.
Okie doke. Go ahead and have Thicket roll first while mine freaks out for a second.
Mine took a sec to load, so I actually rolled twice.
Okie doke. Okie doke. Yeah, he leads you through as people seem to be getting off work from wherever they are, as the time is now approaching about 4 p.m. On Wednesday, the 19th of April. You end up arriving at the front doorstep of a similar townhouse, actually just several blocks down from the other one you'd been to. What do you do?
I mean, if we've made it to the bridesmaids, then I mean, knocking on the door, I guess.
Alright. Knocking on the door, a few moments pass. The door creaks open, and you see a fairly short gnome woman creak the door a little bit, and still kind of staying behind it, but letting her head peek around. Hello.
Yes, good day, madam. We have Miss Linnea's brother with us, and we'd like to talk with you a few moments, if that's all right. I know it's been a rough
She squints her
few
eyes
days.
at you. Make a persuasion check, and do you show her Ulrich?
Yeah, I'm showing Ulrich, and I think this matters, so I'm going to go ahead and use one of the hero points.
Okay. She looks over you. Can you prove he's not disguised? Someone else?
I mean,
Say something only Ulrich could
I
know.
suppose we might have some magic. We might have some magics. Yeah, I mean, you could ask something only Ulrich would know.
She looks over at him. What did I drink at the wedding? White wine. Huh. Come in quickly. She opens the door and beckons you all to come in, looking around outside behind you.
With that, I'll point to Thicket and to Cedar to also be looking, and even Gambit, because Gambit might be able to pick up some roguey goodness.
What was that? Sorry, I zoned out for a moment.
Sorry. I'm trying to indicate to our to Gambit, and then to also Thicket and Cedar, since she's looking around, for them to try to see if they pick up anything as well.
All right, Gambit and Thicket make some perception checks.
Thicket did say BRB.
Thicket burbed, so I will go ahead and roll for Thicket. Never mind, Thicket is here. Okay, Gambit.
No.
No, you don't want to look around? Alright, well,
I gotta try to grab this dice. Perception?
As you look around out behind, the others don't notice this, but you do. Looking around, you see a human woman standing in an alley off to the side, just barely peeking around the corner, wearing a coat around her, watching you.
Ooh. Can Gambit try to slip into the shadows?
Trying not to
And-
join the others.
And kind of watch her
Trying to
watching us?
step out of the group.
Yeah.
Make a stealth check.
Can Doug recognize what Gambit's doing?
Make an insight check.
Why is my stealth charisma?
Because it's
based?
charisma based. Because you were trying to stay stealthy, or like while still kind of being in the open. So it should have been. Okay, it was +6 either way, so still at 21. So you're like stepping off to the side. Doug's insight. With that, you could tell that Gambit is like trying to step off to the side of the building into a separate alley.
Doug's going to follow.
Is he trying to do so stealthily?
He is going to, yes, I guess do his echo to where he can just like teleport, you know.
So he's gonna stay like in the house, but have the echo stand on the outside? Or is he gonna go in but have the echo go into the house? What do you mean?
In the door, the echo is going to pop up in like a shadow, like close by, and then he's going to teleport.
Okay, so you're having the echo appear near Gambit while he stands in the door, and then switch places so that the echo is like this orange version of you is standing in the doorway.
Correct.
Okay. Oh, did you want to like swap while you were inside the house, or
Yeah. So I was
while
gonna,
you're still seen?
yeah,
I don't know if you wanted to be able to be seen by the street.
No, so like Doug's physical self is going to walk through, like the echo is going to be like around the corner, like of the house.
Okay.
And then he's going to switch once he's in the doorway.
Okay. Make a stealth check for post teleportation. Make it with advantage. So roll twice. Nice.
Oops, wrong one. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it would have been a 19 plus 5, so 24. Alright, as you two are around the corner, you still see the woman in this fairly bland brown cloak. Brown hair peeking out from her, from behind the edge of it. You can't tell her eye color or anything. This human woman still standing, almost without any kind of movement. Like a statue, watching.
Doug, pick over, I guess, over just Gambit's shoulder and just say, "What are we doing?"
What does he say? Stage whisper.
What are we doing?
I think we are watching this lady who's watching us. Wait, did we ever get a description of the sister?
Nope. The rest of you, as you go inside, the gnome woman quickly moves toward her own stairs. As you see, this building is built pretty much the same way. It looks like this area was largely made by the same company or building project to rent out these various townhouses that are all pretty much the same in terms of layout. As she leads you upstairs, as you all come upstairs, and she looks around, glances out the window, doesn't see anything, Moves back over, taps on the bathroom door. Come out. Stepping out from the door, you see a woman wearing fairly bland, commoner clothes. Lots of brown, with a brown cloak around her shoulders, and long brown hair, and brown eyes, curly hair. She steps out before running past you all to hug her brother. As you realize that this is Linnea.
Well, that was
I
easy.
immediately close any open curtains and any open windows, anything.
You move over and close them. Oh. I'm so glad you're here. How did you know? Oh, I guess you did send the letter, didn't you? I tried to tell Perslith, but he didn't believe me. He thought it must have been some kind of prank. Is there... He looks to the others. Are they the one... Oh, I guess they aren't the ones after us. I don't imagine you lead them here. What happened? All I know is that there was someone threatening you, and now me, and now my husband. Thicket. Make an insight check. Activate Eagle Eyes.
14.
Ah. It's hard to tell. She seems definitely emotional, whether she's telling the truth or not. Bit rougher, but seems to be pretty emotional.
Doug's gonna use
Pickett gives an almost shrug to Karan.
Yeah, Doug?
Let's have the NPC roll again. Doug's gonna use a luck point.
Oh. Okay. With this change, you can tell that she is not hiding anything. She does seem genuinely happy, and very concerned.
Pickett gives a thumbs up to Karan.
What happened? Are you all protecting him or us? What's going on?
All right. Well, I think we're going to be here for a little bit. So, yeah, yes, we are here to resolve this situation for both of you, and apparently for your bridesmaid as well, madam. You are a true friend. You did not owe it to this girl to do this, and you have stepped up in a major way. Now, young lady,
She nods.
I don't know what you.
If I ever got in trouble, I bet she'd take care of me.
I certainly bet she would now. You need to let us know everything that you know. About your husband, about any sort of dealings, about any of this threat being placed and wagered against you and your brother.
I don't.
Now's the time. We need every bit of information we could possibly have. So please hold nothing back, even if it seems inconsequential. We need to be able to figure out who's framing you. You know, who's trying to set all this up.
It was Sunday. It was late in the day, probably 5, 6, and the courier arrived, and he had a letter, and the letter said that you were concerned that someone, like House of RP, whatever that means, was coming to hurt me, or that they were like threatening you, and I was part of the threatening. And I immediately went to get my things as soon as I read the letter, and I told Perslith, because I can't imagine you would tell me this as a joke. He didn't agree. He thought it was nothing. He wanted us to wait and maybe see if anything not necessarily see if anything happened, but like to be careful, and that he would stay home with me. but I was not going to stay there, so I left and I came here, and that was probably 9 o'clock. And then the next day, I wanted to go back and see if Persis was okay, but then the building was. There were guards, and it was burned. I came back here. But said that they're looking for me. That's all I know.
All right. Well, on the plus side, you have an alibi because you were here with her. Unfortunately, someone's trying to frame you, and they're not going to. They're likely to have a way to discredit her alibi. So.
Wait, do you know what they're looking for you for?
You are outside.
Oh, wait, never mind. Ah!
You are watching someone who is watching
Wah,
you.
wah, wah.
Ah!
And in case it matters later, Thicket, you do see the ruby ring. you are now familiar with it, in case it ever comes up.
Ticket subtly makes one out of ice and puts it on.
Oh. So you said you're gonna figure out what happened. You're gonna stop them. This house.
Yes, we have our hands in quite a few fires, as it were, or irons. I'm sorry, excuse me. I forget all.
You have different
all the
irons in the
colloquialisms.
fire or hands in pies. I think that's called a Capuchin malapropism, something like that. I was a librarian.
Yes, I got it. I got the
Malaphor.
colloquialism wrong. That's correct.
Yes, mixing up two different. That's not important. Let's continue.
So,
What's the plan?
all right. So that's all the information you have. You have not run into any sort of issues as long as you've been here. As long as you've been with him, there's been nothing coming your way whatsoever until this. Is that
It's been
correct?
wonderful. No, there's nothing suspicious. He's a good husband. He takes care. I take care of everything at the house. I've been looking for a new job because I want to work at a bookstore. But no, nothing negative. Like nothing negative. He's been talking about him. He's been perfectly fine. I haven't seen. There have been no like people in the shadows. I didn't look like anyone came into our house or anything. I didn't notice anything at all. She seems to be speaking perfectly honestly. She doesn't recognize anything as having been deceptive, being watched, nothing like that.
So,
I'd also like to note, Gambit, as
All
you're
right.
watching this person, you do see, though they're mainly looking at the building, you do see them glance over at you a couple of times. A slight smile creep across their face. You just keep watching,
Yes.
right?
Prepared to follow.
On the inside.
so
What?
yeah.
And back on the inside.
Sorry.
I'm going to suggest that she catch up with her brother, and
Okay.
we will come back shortly. And if they can go to a less conspicuous place, somewhere, if for any reason a guard would have burst through the door at this moment, there'd at least be a moment to possibly try to abscond.
Sure, I have other friends. I can try and find a place.
Just be ready. I don't know to what degree the timetable is, because you don't frame someone without having a few contingencies. And the reality is, your husband, if it was indeed his body, unfortunately, there's no way that it could have gone in any other sort of direction. This is some sort of framing cover-up. Can you please tell me how tall your husband was? Just humor me. And were there any identifying marks on, like, say, on his like lower abdomen, perhaps, or on a leg or a foot?
He was 6'3". He was tall. He had fairly long hair. He had a birthmark on his right foot. That's really it. He didn't like tattoos or anything. Not that the guard would let him if he wanted to. They like things to be always stand up and clean. No, nothing in particular. Just the birthmark, long hair, tall.
Is there any chance that tracks with what we saw when we were
Make
investigating
an
the body?
intelligence check to see if you can remember any kind of birthmark.
Okay, just in case, is there any way that I can bump that to investigation? If not, cool. But
Either a straight intelligence check or an investigation with disadvantage. Your choice. $18? Yes, you do remember seeing a mark on his left foot. On the
okay,
body.
all right, then.
It does seem to track that this was personally.
And he was about that 6'3" range.
Yep.
Okay, so I can at least comfort her to know that if he was involved, which it's not looking likely, but if he was involved, he paid for it with his life. So even if he had started out as your enemy, but if he had, I think it might serve you to know that he may have died defending you and keeping you safe.
She will keep herself from crying. Thicket can tell pretty cleanly that she's about ready to.
Yeah. So my purpose in telling her that is because she's still alive. So if she ends up asking, like, we can just say I explained it, but yeah. She's still alive, and he suffered enough to show that he didn't give up her location.
Yes.
So even if he could have, because, like, he could have started out on the bad guy side and then actually fallen for her, and then maybe he was backing out, and maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, it could even be that he
could
have contacted his people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I want to try it. So, like, now that like I want her and the brother to kind of like connect, and I want to take Thicket and Doug, because Doug's with us, right? Or is everyone with us except Gambit?
Doug is no longer with you. There is a shadow version of Doug standing in the den downstairs.
Okay.
Which y'all would now look around and realize that he is nearby because his echo hasn't disappeared, but he is not in the building with you.
Okay.
And neither is.
All right, but so it's me, Cedar, Thicket, and Maverick then.
Yep. And Jackie.
Okay.
And Ulrich.
Well, of course.
But Ulrich doesn't really count as on your team anymore. He's with his family.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing you have to understand. All right, Micah, you keep the game so interesting that I don't even have time to be able to properly think about Jackie. So if anything, it's your fault.
I'll take that. Whatever.
Okay. Well, I want to try to explain to Thicket, Cedar, and Maverick where my head's at with what's going on. That he may or may not have been involved, but at the very least, it seems like he didn't give away her location, because she would be dead by now, or she would be turned in, or something. There would be something else going on. Now I don't know about the person that Gambit saw, right? Or was that something that Gambit
You don't know.
relayed to us
It
in some
was-
fashion?
Gambit
Okay.
did not relay it to you in the slightest. He moved off to the side, and then Doug realized it and followed.
Okay. All right.
Neither of them said anything.
That's fine. All right. I just want to make sure I wasn't misspeaking.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
good. Yeah?
I said Doug's just gonna tell Gambit. Let me just let the other team know that there's someone looking, and then I'll be back. So Doug switches places, and then he's not with the people, correct? Because they moved in the house.
Yep, you are in an empty living room. Your people are upstairs.
Like how far upstairs? Like more than 30 feet?
No. Like 10, maybe. They're directly above you. You just have to walk up the stairs and you'll be there. Your echo would be able to stay outside.
Because the gnome lady did see me initially, right?
Yep, she saw you.
Okay, so she knows that I'm part of the group.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm just gonna casually walk up, and then, well, actually, how Attune is like Thicket's hearing? Like it's
Pretty good.
huh?
Pretty good. I think its hearing is pretty good.
Like if I was to like whisper a little loudly from like the first floor, then
It'd be hard pressed to try and whisper in one room for him to hear in another.
oh,
Especially while other people are talking that he's paying attention to, trying to look for signs of lying or anything. It wouldn't be something easy. But you could go up there without your echo break. Your echo would be able to stay outside. If that's what you're worried about.
well, I mean, this had like a little time had passed, so like Doug was just making sure that Gambit wasn't running off.
That's
But
that's for you to decide whether or not you think you're going to teleport back and forth to check on Gambit or what. That's up to you.
Yeah, actually, I think I'll wait like I guess for them to have that conversation, and we're still standing there, and I'll be like, "Hey, Gambit, let me just at least tell the other group like what we're up to."
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess I just go upstairs, and then I hear, I guess, what station they were at.
As you walk upstairs, what are the rest of you talking about? Are you asking any more questions? Discussing?
I can't think of anything right now, but if any of them could, that's awesome. But my concern was making sure that they understand that we're probably not going to get a whole lot of information from her, because I think she was completely clueless about the entire situation. It seems that whatever it was that was happening was they were doing a good job of keeping her in the dark. So, my honest opinion is that originally the guy married her with the intent to like take advantage of her and her brother. That's kind of where Gron's at, and that he ultimately ended up dying to at least keep her hidden. But I think he ended.
So are you telling the group that like off to the side away from her?
Yeah, definitely.
As you walk up and hearing him explain that, Doug, you glance over at Ulrich and his sister, and you do a double take. As you look and see the woman with brown hair is identical to the person outside watching you in every way.
Oh. Okay. In that case, after doing the double take, Doug's a bit confused, and I guess joins the group and says,
Appropriately, the song currently playing is called "What's Going On" from Resident Evil 2.
but yeah, Doug.
It's called what?
It's called "What's Going On."
But yeah, Doug's like relaying to the group.
What's going on?
Guys, I don't know who that woman is over there, but there's an identical one that Gambit and I are watching that's staring at the house from the outside. So just letting you know, but they look identical. But I'm gonna go back to check in with Gambit, and then I switch.
Okay. You swap, and now there's the glowing form of the Doug copy with you as Doug. Did Gambit like abandon the group? Is Gambit still out there? Like,
Gambit's still watching the lady.
all right.
Doug is going to like walk back down a little bit to where he was originally, and then because he's kind of confused by the woman in the room.
Mm-hmm. All right, so he heads back to the living room and then teleports back to Gambit, who is still there.
Correct. And then he tells Gambit, you won't believe what I just saw, but there's a woman upstairs that is the exact same, or looks the exact same as the one we're watching.
I mean,
It's the
Those of you
same as
upstairs.
the
He's not here,
bridesmaid, or
As Linnea,
the sis.
the
Oh.
sister, there is a woman identical in every way to Linnea, standing in an alley nearby watching you.
But
Did he tell us that, or just
He did.
Gambit?
He told you
Okay.
and Garon that.
Perfect.
So what are y'all doing upstairs as Gambit is now learning this information?
all right.
Uh,
So, but
Does Linnea say anything?
Didn't hear.
Oh,
Doug just told y'all, I thought.
should we ask her?
I think that we should have Cedar cast Confess on her, the command.
You're gonna tell.
I think we need
Cedar
to find out if that will work for us.
Okay.
That's. I mean, does anybody have a better idea? Because we need to solve this quick, and I think we need to be ready to rush her in case she tries to do anything.
Are you thinking that she might have actually done it?
well, we don't know.
I'm thinking that based on what Doug said, I think that person out there is a doppelganger about to take her place, and I think maybe the doppelganger is the one that did it. I think that person out there is the assassin, and is going to try to take her place once that doppelganger can pin it on someone else, so that the doppelganger can have access to the funds from both them and the brother. I think she may want to try to get rid of Ulrich as well.
So wait, are you wanting to cast Confess on Linnea?
On
Yeah, because we have. Well, we're not outside, but I think on Linnea because we need to make sure that there's not something else going on. Because if for any reason she was able to fool us, having her casting Confess on her, and her being like, I don't know what's going on, who killed my husband or something like that, then we'll know that she's safe, and then that means that we need to better protect even more. That effectively stuff might be popping off real soon. Effectively.
I mean, it's definitely a solid idea. I just feel like it's a bit extreme. We could just ask her first.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, I'm open for whatever, but honestly, I legit think something's about to go down. Okay. So you just want to ask her outright, and then you can kind of read her and try again, and Cedar can try to read her. Cedar read her.
What are you asking?
Hey, Linnea,
Yes?
are you aware that there's someone outside who looks identical to you?
What? No.
Are
do
you
you
aware
mean?
of anyone who would look identical to you?
I don't know anyone who knows how to use disguise magic. What?
Does she sound like she's telling the truth?
Make an insight check.
Can I throw a bardic inspiration on.
Sure.
On
Since you
Thicket?
gave Thicket advice, yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Do I roll that or do you?
Oh, it's fine. I'll just roll d6 real quick.
I don't know how bardic inspiration works.
Add a +2.
So you get +2 on your roll.
27.
Nice. She seems to be telling the truth. She seems to be wholly honest and absolutely surprised.
Thumbs up to Garon. So this is very concerning then.
If she's not responsible, then that is 100% either a doppelganger or someone under some sort of disguise magic. We need to apprehend that person.
Why would someone even want to disguise themselves as Linnea when she's wanted right now? That's my question. They seem to be not very smart.
All the more reason to grab them and not let them get away.
Good point. I'm ready to go if you guys are. I have entangled prepared, and I think hold person.
Yeah, I think at this point we need to tell them to take cover, be safe, and don't come back or don't open the door for anyone unless it's absolutely necessary, and then do everything that you can to stay safe. Otherwise, we need to chase this person. So I guess we go down like it's no big deal and like, all right, well, thanks for the information, kind of thing, and then we surprise, like I don't know, we all cast at the same time or something, try to just do everything that we can to stop the person.
Okie doke. Let's see. So. Okay. So.
Oh man!
It's just the 4 of you.
Did something happen?
I was just thinking about it would be really, 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 really helpful to have my semblance right now.
No.
Give it time.
Speaking of,
It needs
Are
to be a
doing-
cinematic moment.
some point in the story.
Yeah, at a cinematic moment is when they show up.
Okay,
When I decide it's sufficiently appropriate, basically.
got it.
At least for the first
We're
version of it. that
we're
we got.
rule of cooling this.
Literally, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm trying to remember what Gambit's semblance is going. So, tell me exactly what y'all are doing.
Well, Thicket is ready to cast Hold Person if it seems like this whoever she is fit a bolt.
So are you, like, readying the spell, or are you just, like, prepared for combat?
I am prepared. I don't want to
Okay.
waste a spell slot to prepare, like, readying a spell.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Alright. Garand, to be clear, y'all are also coming out with this?
Yeah, I'm gonna ready charm person, and as soon as I see them, like, I'm gonna come out, like, and I'm gonna, like, look back inside and be like, all right, thanks for trying to help us out with our investigation, and then as soon as I get then I'll start looking, like, I'm, like, heading down the steps or out the door, or however this particular layout is, and then in that's when I'm gonna scan around and see where maybe Gambit or Doug might be looking, and as soon as I can see Linnea too, I will be casting Charm Person, and that's my ready to action. And as soon as I see Linnea, the second version, Charm Person.
Well, Doug already gave you the location.
Doug
Alright, so then I
told
can
you.
I can look. that direction? Okay. Yeah, I want to surprise charm person.
Pew pew.
Okay, let's see how we want to do this. First off,
Do you believe in magic? I don't know why that song popped up in my brain.
I'm just making sure alleyways are available on the map I have, because it's a sort of map. I'm reusing the map from Ulfric's place because they're similar style buildings.
Once you're while you're prepping this, I'm going to be saying to Thicket and company on the way down and out. Just as a side, if it is a doppelganger, they would look like her to have been seen when fleeing the scene of the crime, so that she would be the one held accountable. And then when someone spotted her out and about, she could turn a corner and change to look like a bum or whatever, because doppelgangers should just do that, and then throw them off the scent. And so, not have there could be multiple layers of what's going on here, but effectively, my bet is a doppelganger. My thought process is they're trying to frame her for some reason.
I just don't really understand why they would be dressed as Linnea now. Like, the crime's already committed.
To keep the her as the target, the main suspect, and then, like I said, if they say, "Stop, Linnea, you're under arrest," and then she runs and then turns a corner, and then like I said, turns into like a passerby on the street, and then because again, and then she's like, "Oh, I just saw her. She went that way." That kind of thing.
Okay, the map should be good. Now I will share it with y'all. We will see how much of a combat question mark we want to do tonight. So how are y'all feeling?
Yeah.
I'm okay.
I'm
I mean,
also
yeah. Let's see
realizing-
how it goes. I mean,
Okay.
Probably out the map. Doug's asking Gambit, what do you think we should do? Should we try to sneak around?
She knows we're here.
Oh, she saw.
100%. Yep, she has
She
looked
knows
at y'all multiple times.
all we can do is be in a standoff. All I can do is sit here and watch her and respond the best I can to her. Because if I make any move, she knows what's up.
Okay,
So the way that we have advantage is she knows about us. She may not know that they know about us. So
do you-
we're just gonna
I need everyone to roll initiative.
hang tight, buddy.
I will
My
also
favorite
go
part of
ahead
D&D,
and...
rolling dice.
Yeah,
Gambit
dice are
is
great.
literally in quick draw mode.
Who would like to control Cedar? Who would like to control Maverick?
I'll take
Not it.
Cedar.
And who wants Maverick? Pick him in the character section. I'll take care of Maverick then for now. Yeah, still need initiative from Garand. Good job, Maverick. Rolled high.
He
Dang.
said he's BRB, right?
Did he?
Burb.
Quick burb. Okay, I'll roll for him. Second. Okie doke. Wow, everyone rolled really well except for person.
Except
Whoever
for Thicket, as usual.
Thicket and the person that is against y'all. So Maverick is up first. Maverick is behind the others. What do you want him to try to do? You just gonna follow along for now?
Sure.
Ready, paunch.
True, he does like to paunch. You see, okay, so he's. Do you want him to exit out quickly, or do you want him to just stay behind y'all? Do you want him to move around?
I don't know.
I
Can-
think he just,
He'll stay behind the group for now. Keep with the plan.
yeah.
Alright, Jackie the Jackal is going to hang out around Garant's feet. Gambit,
Yes.
what are you doing as you see your friends stepping out and you glance as this person seems to be moving back into the hallway, like into the walkway?
She's moving.
She's moving
Okay.
away from,
Uh,
into the thing.
where is she on the map? Oh, there. I
Yeah,
found
over
it.
to the left.
I found
She's
it.
got a generic token for now because you don't know what she
I'm
looks.
moving
It
all-
looks like.
Of my movement speed to her.
Do you have 40 feet of movement?
No, but bonus action dash.
Oh, so
So
you're like
I should
getting
have
right up to her?
60. Yeah, I'm
Well,
grabbing this
you got
lady.
stuck on a door, but yeah, you are moving right up to her, okay? So you bonus action dash, you come right up upon this woman as she is stepping away. And you're glad that you do, because as you step over, she is almost disappearing into the shadows. You are barely able to keep eyes on her, even from this close.
Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
Alright, so what do you know with your action?
Movement, bonus action. Action B.
Is grapple an action?
It is. It's technically an
It
attack,
is.
but yes.
Yeah, we're gonna grapple. Even
Alright,
though
that's an athletics
I'm
check.
gonna be bad at this athletics. Athletics. Oh, there we go. Strength. Okay.
Oh, that was rolled. It looks like it was rolled from Cedar, is that right?
Never mind. Ha 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 ha.
Well, you can
ha.
still
I
use the
knew it
roll of
wasn't
a.
right.
You
I
can
knew
still
it
use
wasn't
the roll
right.
of a 19, but what's Gambit's bonus?
-1.
So with an 18, you even with that roll, as you reach out, this person looking like this woman Linnea, that you don't even really know yet, because you haven't seen her personally, just steps back right out of your reach as you try and grab her. A smile coming on her face.
Ooh,
Garand, you can barely see this person around the corner. Where you
interesting.
are.
She is still in that particular
She is
section
the
right there, that particular
exact.
spot.
She is that particular spot right there. She looks identical to the woman you just saw. I decided to delay something until her first turn.
That's fine. She is, in fact, within 30 feet. So, charm person,
Nice.
ready to action.
Okay.
Sorry, charm person, ready
correct.
to action goes off. Now, I don't know how you want to play that within regards to initiative. So either it's not a ready to action,
Make her
and it's
make
going
the
off now
save.
as part of my turn, or it was, and then I'm taking my turn. So however you see fit.
Did you ready it willing to get rid of the spell slot if she wasn't there?
100%.
Then go ahead, and this would be before your turn. Go ahead and make her make the save.
All right. Did I do that right?
You did. As you feel the effect begin to take hold, it breaks and does not affect her.
Wait. Reroll.
Doesn't matter. She failed the check, but it doesn't affect her.
Do I think it's because? Do I think it's
Yeah.
because of the person who tried to grab her?
No.
Okay.
You see, like it's almost like she shrugged the magic off, like it didn't matter. but less so
Okay.
the magic and more the effect, because the magic took hold, but then it's like how charm person affects like the soul and brain and making them do what you want. You just
Sure.
didn't.
Okay. All right.
You get the sense she's immune to the charmed condition.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, fam.
No. You're good. You're good. Good. Oh man, this.
You still have your regular turn left.
Yeah. Oh man, I might stick my foot in it, but. All right. Do I? Okay, I'm actually gonna try to solve this in a very, very backwards sort of way. I'm hoping for a little bit of DM support on this. We'll see. When I'm gonna say, Linnea, you're wanted for questioning, and I'm gonna shout it at her directly, and then I'm gonna like, because I'm still at the door, I guess, or near there. I'm gonna kind of knock on the door. I'm gonna hopefully get something. I don't know, but anyway, effectively, we'll see how this goes. But yeah, I'm hoping to be able to prove that there are two quote unquote Linneas. Therefore, she won't be the suspect any longer, and that this doppelganger or whatever will be. Anyway, now for her, let's see if she's immune also to this. I will then cast blindness.
Ooh, make her make the save. I would also like Gambit, make an intelligence check. Make an investigation check.
And peace.
If he fails, you can throw the blinded condition on her. As you feel this magic take hold. As you see, actually, there would be no effect on her eyes that you can see, Gambit.
Oh, I keep doing that. I'm sorry. It's an 8.
It's an 8.
It's an 8 because Gambit is 0. His intelligence is
Oof.
0.
Yep, can't tell. You do feel it take hold, Garand. It's really, really good. As you move up behind Gambit. I need to check things now.
I'm also going to try to cover her with brine for my minor.
Oh,
I can't because that would be 2. Yeah,
that's true. It'd be 2 concentration.
Yeah, no, I can't because they're. Well, no, it's not that problem. No. Blinded, I don't need concentration. It's that it has to. One of them has to be a cantrip. And
Right,
it's not
leveled
hex,
spells.
or brine is not a cantrip.
Plus, you.
Yeah, I caught myself on that one. All right, I'm done.
Good job,
You had a
Brian.
reaction.
I also need to go ahead. Did you throw the blinded effect?
You say the reaction would happen before my turn.
Blinded is not. Wow, it's not a thing. Yeah, I decided it would be nice since he was willing to give it the spell slot if she moved, which I almost had her do. She almost disappeared into thin. But she's aching for something. Doug.
Doug's got some like spider senses going off. And so he's wondering if this is all a distraction. So he's actually going to switch with his echo and go back upstairs to check in on Ulrich.
Okay. Stopping with the echo and going back upstairs, I'll move you inside the house and just to the stairway for the moment. Does it not want you to... Doug? Weird, okay, now it's working. Okay. And you go upstairs and you see them, and then I look over. What was that? Do I need to... Are they after me?
Do I see anyone else there?
It's Linnea, Ulrich, and Letta. No one knew.
In that case, so like, if I remember this correctly, Ulrich received a letter, correct?
Yep. House of RP.
Um,
House of role-playing games. No.
And so, okay, so Ulrich received the letter. And then, like, Linnea's husband potentially is dead.
Yep.
So I don't know. For some reason, Doug just has this weird suspicion that Ulrich's in trouble.
Like, is trouble or is in trouble?
Either.
Something's going on.
Probably in trouble because he's the one that received the letter. But it could be the other way around. But he's going to ask Ulrich if he doesn't mind coming with him downstairs. Just saying like, "Hey Ulrich, do you mind coming downstairs with me for a second? There's someone outside that we want you to see."
Okay. We'll follow.
So yeah. So however many 30 feet will get me from when I...
You'd still be coming back down from there after all that, so we'll move on to the next turn. It is Cedar's turn. What do you want Cedar to do?
Cedar is... Oh man, I switched them because I was like, I keep getting them confused. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong tab.
You're good.
It is... It's... I don't know if I want her to use command yet because like she could say confess, but she can still move, so she could confess and run away at the same time.
Yeah, no, I don't. And plus, I mean, I would say my charm person didn't work. Like, and that, like I said,
Oh,
because you all wouldn't know me see me cast the charm person, and then I'm like, confound you, and be blind then, if you won't be charmed.
all right.
I feel like Iran is getting progressively more British as the campaign goes on.
What?
I'm not complaining.
Okay.
No, get more what? What did he get?
More British.
Get more what? I didn't hear it.
More British as the
Oh, yeah,
campaign
yeah.
goes on. All right, what is she doing?
She's going to cast Hold Person.
Okay, so she steps out into the open. So here for the moment, I need to be able to see. So that was 15, so another 15. Yeah, that's enough. Go ahead and make her make the save.
How I can figure this
Drag
out.
the save thing on.
The save thing?
Yes. Under the spell, there is a thing that should say save. Drag that onto her. Make sure that her procking correct.
Funny. I don't see that.
On Cedar's sheet, under
Oh,
Hold
no,
Person.
I found it. Ha ha ha.
Yep, under the magnifying glass, there is the save Wiz DC 50. Drag that onto her.
I'm doing nothing. The save thing is blank and it's not letting me drag it.
I'll do it. Fine.
Do I have to cast?
I've got it.
Sorry.
You're fine. Temporarily failed. All right, throw the paralyzed condition on her.
Oh, I was trying to do spiritual weapon. No wonder.
That would make a difference.
Ah, man. Hold person. Paralyzed. I just drag her and go boop like that.
Yep, just like that. All right, cool beans. really smart of you, because now she's paralyzed on her turn. Effectively is going to lose her turn, and now she has to make saves against two separate things. First off, she has to make a save against... I believe both are end of round saves. Is that right?
Mine is.
Give me a second.
It's a con save for blinded, right?
Let's see.
Yes, sir. DC 16.
The target must succeed on a wisdom at the end of each of its turns. Can make another wisdom save. Wisdom saving throw.
Oh.
Also, if it looks like she's about to fail, let me know so that I can silvery barbs. I mean, if she's about to pass.
That's the end of her turn, and she is not moving.
She's still blind too?
You can't tell. Normally, her eyes would be covered with a dark mist, but with this whatever kind of disguise, you see nothing. Thicket.
So, like, does hold person stack?
Nope. Only be paralyzed once.
Okay.
Can't be affected by the same thing twice.
Well, Thicket's gonna cast Entangle.
Entangle over there just to stack restraint
Yeah.
as well. Alright. Donk. 10
Is he
feet.
going to entangle Gambit as well? He doesn't mind.
Depends on the area.
He can move it. Be away from
So-
Gambit.
The 20-foot cube, or is it 10 foot?
Let me check. 20 foot.
Alright, go ahead and roll it on it. I assume you want it there.
Yes.
I wasn't expecting the first few spells to fully effect. Take hold. Good job. So she auto fails because she is paralyzed. She is now also restrained.
Epic.
Go ahead and throw that on her. It's now round
Blinded,
2.
restrained,
Mavericks.
paralyzed.
What would you like Maverick to do? What do y'all think you should do? Run up. Punch.
We put a
If
new
he can reach
meaning
her,
to
he would probably
stop
just,
right
like-
there.
15 is his movement speed.
If
30
Maverick
or...
could reach her, he would want to start punching her, right? Shock punch or whatever?
You can get to about here without having to dash.
Or a magic missile or something.
Y'all want him to magic missile?
Yeah, he would probably magic missile this round because he can't reach her in one turn. Yeah.
Okay, I will go ahead and throw the damage on. Magic missile. Here you go. Let's expend one of your spell slots, my boy. Magic missile. That's 2 damage, followed by 5 damage, followed by 2 more damage. As it swings around and strikes into this person, you see their silvery, almost light blue, almost moonlight-like aura reacts and takes the damage. AKA, they have an aura in there. Alright, but he does a couple of damage. 9. Jackie the Jackal is gonna run outside and follow. Woof woof.
Yip, 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 yip.
Make a dog.
Can she reach? Can she reach?
No. She is.
Okay, well
Run
then-
over here and use
Yeah,
her
then
action to dash.
I'll have her come around on the other side if possible.
Woof woof. Make a dog. Gambit.
Good girl. Good girl.
Okay. Gambit is going to
Check something.
take out a rope. And I guess hold person means like is she just like stiff or can he like tie her up?
Stiff. Stiff.
Stiff. All right, cool. Well, he's still gonna tie a rope to one of her hands very securely.
Okie doke. Go. Okay. All right, you begin to tie her up.
Mm-hmm.
Garand. There's a blind, paralyzed person in front of you with the magic that still seems to be going. Whatever is disguising them.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah. I don't. I'm like, you won't get away. I don't know what you are, but your days are numbered. And I will then bring up that tasty brine with my bonus action, and then while I have all this delicious, super amazing advantage, then I will then shoot my 2 Eldritch Blasts.
All right, go for
They're
it.
gonna be delightful.
Hits. Roll damage. As you strike, the effect from brine seems to not do as much as you expected it to. As they seem to shrug it off easier. Seem to be resisting acid damage. I wonder why. Again, partially resist, down to 13. Alright, is that your turn? Doug. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and I'll choose not to push the 10 feet each time. I'm gonna choose not to activate that part of the damage.
Fair, because if you did, it would immediately unrestrain.
Yeah.
Doug.
Yeah, Doug is going to move the 20 feet or whatever it is to get outside the door.
Okay.
He's gonna tell Ulrich just to stay, right inside the door. But to, I guess, see what's going on outside. And then let's see. Doug's probably going to go the extra 15 in. Wait, so are those alleyways in between?
Yes, on the left of any given stone thing is an alleyway, because I didn't design the map for this, but it's the closest thing I've got.
Okay. Well, he is just going to go this way for now. Goes 30 feet. And then he will so he should be 5, 10, 15. Oh, I guess his other echo is still there. So he's going to cast a new one in this direction, and the old one will disappear. It's like 5, 10. So like right under map. Yeah.
All right. Cedar.
Oh, I'm sorry. I totally forgot that I was Cedar.
That's okay.
So she hasn't had the chance to
She has not had the chance to even move.
even move. I don't know what to do without dropping concentration. This is concentration, right?
You could Hallow Hands, which is Holy Punch.
Holy punch.
It only does a d6 unless you choose not to move, and You'd have to move. It would only do 1d6 fire. Actually, at this level, it should do 2d6.
Okay,
Y'all leveled up.
that
Holy
sounds
punch.
right.
I mean,
She reach her from right
concentration.
here.
Yep. Not well, but can. It would not break concentration. Make the melee attack, you're probably going to hit.
So just a regular melee attack.
Yes.
Okay. What does she typically use? I think we're gonna go with the mace. Oh my
Okay.
goodness.
Mace.
Mm,
Always carry
I-
mace, friends. A mace.
I literally want to murder my mouse. Or lack thereof. Oh, why did it roll 2?
Because you had advantage. Deal damage.
Oh.
Because she's paralyzed. And also blind.
Okay.
And
And then how
also
do I
restrained.
do the hallowed hands on it? Do I click?
Hallowed Hands is its own attack.
Oh,
You do
it's
the
its own
mace, it's
attack.
just the 1d6 plus 2 for the mace.
Okay, no, it's fine. I misunderstood, but it's alright.
It's okay.
It's
Deals 8
That was
points of
nice.
damage as it strikes into her. Her turn. End of her turn, she's going to make a save.
She has to make.
Are you planning on giving her disadvantage, Garand?
Oh yeah. If I know that she's rolling for something, yeah.
So that's an after thing, it gives them disadvantage and they have to reroll, or
Effectively, I can know it before I can see the
Or is it
results
me-
of the roll. So I can choose after the fact to have it would be just I would say just another d20 and then take
Is it-
the lowest of the two, or let's say she had advantage, then I would just say just do as a reroll as a straight roll.
so they must reroll 20 and use the lower roll. Okay, so it is the it's not disadvantage, it's make them roll again basically. So she nat 20'd on her reroll. As the whole person fails and falls, you see her shift her arms, stretching. Wonderful. I admit I'm kind of surprised you saw me. He needs to make a save against the blinded. She's still blind.
I will give if for any reason she doesn't have it, I'm going to give Cedar advantage on her next roll, and I'm going to encourage her to use inflict wounds because she's
Alright.
been having fun with that.
Bardic Inspiration, Thicket. What
Did
would
she
you like to do?
roll for entangle?
No. That takes an
Or is she
action.
going- Ah,
And she
Okay.
just, at the end of her turn, got her movement back.
well, got her turns back.
Yeah, got her turns back.
Okay. I'm going to. I'm going to hold person in case she breaks out of entangle on her next turn.
Okay. You're holding hold person?
Yes.
Okay. At the end of your turn, it's going to use a legendary action.
Lovely.
And as you all look at her,
Wait,
the area around her
Darn.
seems to darken a moment, and then glimmers of light surround her, seemingly from her aura, and she disappears.
Well,
where's the rope?
It falls to the ground.
Dang it!
Still in combat. Maverick. That's her legendary action. She's gone. Maverick.
Maverick,
Oh,
make a perception check.
What's Maverick's current passive perception?
I have no idea.
Passive perception is 11. He cannot currently see her. Actually rolled terrible on her perception. But Maverick's passive cannot break her nat 1. So what would you like him to do? Should he make a perception check?
I guess.
Yeah, what else
to y'all.
can we do?
I don't know. It's up to you. Up to y'all to tell me things. He nat ones. He has no idea where she is. That's his action. I understand you gave the silvery barbs advantage to Cedar for next thing. All right. Maverick will look around, and I'm going to say that's him. Jackie is going to be kind of confused, looking at the missing person, or looking at where the missing person was, and stand next to Gron.
Can she sniff her? Can she sniff?
Sure, she can make a perception check based on smell, which I think gives her advantage because she has keen hearing and smell. Let's give... Good girl. Let's see what you can do. Come on, Jackie. See if you can find her. Give you advantage. And roll. It's unfortunately not enough as she looks around confused, going and smelling where the person was, trying not to get into the entangled vines. Gambit. Person in front of you has disappeared in the glimmer of moonlight. Which felt weird to you, Thicket, seeing someone else seem to react with something like the moon.
Did that seem like a magical effect?
It did seem somewhat magical, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
it just means because
it's magic, yeah. It's not a spell, but it's magic.
But, right,
Did the person disappearing before our eyes seem like they were using magic?
Sorry, go on.
No, I'm just saying because deafness can affect spellcasting. That's why there's two. That's why it's blindness is
deafness.
Typically more useful, but deafness is very useful against spellcasters. Yeah. That's why
Thankfully,
I'm trying to figure out.
This did not require her to see where she was teleporting to. Though many spells do, this effect did not. Which, good on you. Making her blind actually killed half her kit. So.
Bonus action hyper focus.
Okay. Bonus action hyper focus.
Gives me blind sight for a range in.
Push into the ADHD?
Yeah.
30 feet.
30 feet of blind sight. So
let's see what's within 30 feet of you.
I think so he's kind of going into moth mode.
Does he take off his hat again?
Yeah, he's taking off his hat. And he's looking for her. Where'd she go? This creature is not getting away from him. He's...
You can sense something in the... What's your passive perception? That would still matter here.
Why do you ask such difficult question?
Because you still have to be able to perceive.
It's a 12 if I'm reading it correctly. Yeah, it's proficiency.
You can't tell where she is right now.
No.
Unfortunately. Anything else you'd like to do? Of an action. You could try and perceive as an action. Try and roll for it. But you're passive, you can do it.
Okay, if I can't see her, then yeah, what can I do except for
make a perception check?
Her?
Yeah, fair.
I'm going to use a hero point.
Do it.
I'm going to roll perception. a hero point is plus a d4, right?
Yep. Let's see.
Then,
What things does she have that?
no, really, the worst. The worst. Oh, I did see her.
Oh,
Yeah.
9. Yeah, you can't tell where she is. That requires her to see.
Okay, that's the
Doesn't
end of his
require her to
turn.
see. Okie doke. Who is next? Garand. There's a missing person. They disappeared.
Okay.
There's another missing person.
Well, then I'm gonna shout. You're not Linnea. You're some sort of witch or other thing. What? If I were you, I'd run too, coward. And I mean, again, unless there's like I know what's going on, like if I know where the target is within relation to brine being affected, whether I know within relation to blindness being active, if any of that, or silvery barbs, if any of that is active in such a way that I would know where that person is, then otherwise I can't have any kind of perception or whatever to do it because I don't have any blind anything. So are any of those spells in any way giving me any kind of location?
What all does Brian? No, Brian just gives disadvantage. It's not like Hunter's Mark. They would not tell you exactly where she is. No. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess. If she appears, I will hope that she is still blind, and I will have readied a guiding bolt to try to blastify her.
That's fair.
If I can see her, I guess. I know. Yeah.
She is still blind. You can feel that your magic hasn't released yet. Doug, what do you want to do?
So how tall are those alleyways? Like, whatever is...
20 feet high. Easy, before you reach the roofs.
And then how tall is the house that we were in?
20 feet high, that's what I mean. Is like, the alleyways are open to the sky, and the buildings are about 20.
Okay, so the echo is going to move at a diagonal, like in the air, and back towards the house.
Okay.
So like, eventually like hovering higher and higher into the air as it gets to the house.
So up like, if it wants to go up 10 feet, it could get to there, or if it went like 15 feet up, it could get to there, basically.
Oh, well,
I guess there as well.
In that case...
It can only move 30 feet, so it can't get 20 feet up and also to the building.
Okay, so can it get to what's right in front of me to the top? Because that's 10 feet with...
So it could easily move like right here and go up 20 feet if you want to stay on top of the buildings.
Yes. And then
Keep
I
in
will...
mind, yeah.
So, like, I can put myself on top of that if I switch.
Oh, so you wanted to get up there and then swap with it.
Yeah.
You can do that.
Do I see anything from 20 feet up?
Swapping, standing on top, make a perception check. There's no one out in the open, but you might be able to see something if
Perception... was...
You rolled well. As you're looking around, you peek down into the alleyway next to you and see 4 of this person standing. It's them and 3 other versions of them. You don't know which one is which. There are 4 Linneas standing down there.
Does it seem like the same type of aura or illusion from the medicine lady that we fought at the beginning?
Like the thing?
Electric.
It is a different. It's not. It does not look like. What's it called? What's the
Like
displacement spell?
Mirage or something.
There's mirror image, but I
Mirror.
don't think Lacephine used that. I think Lacephine. No, Lacephine did use mirror image, didn't she? Yes, this is the same
Yeah.
spell.
Okay.
Well, not quite. It looks very similar, but technically not the same thing.
Okay, so I moved, I did my bonus action. So as a action, since I'm 20, what would that be, 25 feet from one of them?
Yeah, you're roughly about 25, 30 feet from.
Okay, could I throw a dart?
Yeah, you
dagger?
could throw a dart down at her. Make the attack. It should still give you advantage because she's still blind.
Where is... Huh, that's interesting. I don't see the option in the attack window.
Just make a regular attack. Mister. Do you have darts?
I have... Yes, but it's not giving me a number. I forgot
There we
how
go. I've added it.
you added it to the actions.
Yeah, it's on the actions tab. I had to change something. It wasn't listed as equipped, so it didn't proc.
Ah, great.
Because you can unequip things to reduce the clutter. That hits. Roll damage. Actually, roll a d20. My bad. As it goes down, it strikes through one of the duplicates, and the duplicate disappears.
And then Doug's just gonna yell out, "Over here!"
At the end of your turn, she looks, though she doesn't look directly at you, but in your direction. Huh. Mind if I join you? Going to use another legendary action. Actually, she can't because she used a legendary action on a thing that takes 2. Wait, how many creatures are there around her? Okay, she'll get through legendary actions. Cedar. I use that dynamic legendary action thing.
Mm-hmm. So Doug had to climb to get to her.
Nope.
Can-
She is in the
No?
alley. He was just able to see her from up.
Okay.
You could easily move to there and be able to see her.
Okay.
Actually,
Cedar is going to use what?
I was gonna say Cedar can go right up to it, right?
That's right. I forgot Cedar was there. Cedar was in a different spot. That's
Cedar is
Cedar.
going to go right up to it. She's going to use her advantage to cast inflict wounds.
okay. So she already has advantage. So you can just make a regular inflict wounds attack. No need to expend the effect because she's already got the advantage because she's blind.
Okay. Attack button?
Yeah, should be one under inflict wounds. To drag onto
Now,
her. There
if
should
I
be
can drag. There we go. No!
roll again because you had advantage, but you didn't drag it onto her. So just roll again one time.
Oh, sorry.
Drag it straight into the box though.
I literally can't drag anything. It's driving me crazy.
You want me to drag it for you?
And I put it on Cedar.
Just do it in the box for now.
I put it on the box.
The attack.
Okay, that's better. Did it not work?
You should be able
Nothing
to double.
happened.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll roll it for you. It hits. Go ahead and drag the necrotic onto the unidentified creature.
Onto where?
Onto her.
Wait, isn't a D need to be rolled first? Just see.
Yes, but it hits. Oh, wait, no, you're right. We have to find out if it hits the right one or not. Thank you for the reminder. It does.
Hey.
Now you can roll damage on it. Good job, Doug. I'm proud of you. Thanks for... Oof. 27 damage as it strikes into where there's a... There's a burst of the necrotic energy. I wasn't expecting this much resistance.
Finally. We need these rolls, man.
I'm impressed. Her turn. Let's see, what of her things doesn't require her to see? And she could do that. That's almost cheating, you know? Let's see. I need to see to do that, but it would be up here. 20. Ooh. Fine. Let me infect you with my light. And she will raise her hand, and behind Cedar, an effect begins to glow. What's the size of this? Okay. To throw the effect onto her. What's the size of this? How big is that? That's 15 feet? 20 foot. Okay, she's gonna set it. She doesn't want to kill too many bystanders. Help it, she's gonna put it there. Let me grab a thing so I can make a circle. Bonk. 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 Which barely does not get the edge of Doug's foot.
I was about to say, if it's a circle, wouldn't that miss me?
Yes, it would barely miss you. That effect is on, and let's see what happens. That's end of turn, I believe. Starts its turn there. Cool. And she is going to... Did I not give her that? I did not. She is going to stay where she is for the moment. Alright. Suddenly, as she does this, there is a burst of this greenish light that glows from this point into the radius, out to this... Oh, it's a 30-foot radius. Well, for now, it'll be how it is. And extends to this side, to this size, and there is a greenish light that emanates from the center. What would you like to do, Thicket?
Is it finally my turn?
It is, I'm sorry.
Okay. Going to where Cedar and Doug are, like right here.
As you enter the area of the light, I'm going to have you make a saving throw. You succeed. Let me see if it's half damage or not. I think it might just be straight. Yeah, not even half damage, just straight. All right, move the rest of your movement. As you feel this energy feel extremely draining, and like it's trying to almost eat up.
Okay. I am going to cast Hold Person.
All right. Roll the save at her.
Will I still have to deal with the mirror images thing since Cedar figured out which one was which?
No, it's an attack, so it would only apply if you attack.
Sweet. Okay.
She succeeds. Unfortunately. For you.
So,
Good for her, but bad for you. Seems to shrug the effect off. Anything else you'd like to do?
I'm trying to decide if I want to become animal or not, but I don't think I can do that in this turn
Yeah, that's
anyways.
an action for you. Alright.
Yeah.
Maverick is making a saving throw. So he starts the turn within the area. Spell. Make a con save, Maverick. You're probably going to succeed because you've got con for days. So he rolled a 2. Here's some radiant damage.
You jinxed it.
That's 18 points of radiant damage as this light burns into him, and he's exhausted by 1 level. And what do you like to do for him during his turn?
Is the
Um,
oh, I was just gonna say, how wide is the alleyway?
5 feet.
Okay.
Can he run up to her and punch?
She didn't make a saving throw against being blinded. 1 second. Cool. He's not blinded anymore. As you see, she shakes her head as you feel the effect leave Garand. Fuck. Okay. There we go. Now she can actually do stuff. Would you like him to try and run up and punch? He's got a
Yeah.
cedar in the way, so he'd have to like squeeze by her. Okay, he'll squeeze into the wall beside her. He's fairly small, so it's not going to be that big of a deal. And he's going to punch! And out, punch! Where's his punch machine? There's the punch. That's a 15. That misses. As he swings by, as she looks around, she definitely steps back and pushes his hand out of the way. Oh. Well, a bit different than I was really expecting. When I heard there was someone looking into everything, I thought it would be a little more uniform. Not so many different types. What would Jackie like to do? Jackie looks scared of the green light.
So she was in a different alleyway before, but she's in a new alleyway now. Is that understanding correct?
Basically, yes. She teleported 30 feet over to the other alleyway.
Okay, then
Or well.
Jackie, fetch. I'm gonna point to the clean alleyway that she was in, to try to convince her to go around, and I'll be like, I'm following, you know. So I want to try to basically pin her in there so that she has to use more of her stuff to try to get away from us or whatever. Basically, try to lock her up if we can.
And she will.
So-
did you teach her fetch already? I don't remember.
No, it was I think it was guard.
You taught her guard. So in
I
that
think it was
case,
guard.
make an animal handling check.
Okay.
hero point.
No need for a hero point. He does it. All right. She definitely moves around and begins to. Actually, should she dash? Sure, she'll dash.
If you let her, yeah. If you let her, yeah.
The end of Jackie's turn. She's gonna look around. I think you've got the right idea, she says, looking up at Doug, and will disappear again. And reappear right here on top of the roof. Gambit,
Yeah,
what'd you like to do?
she's on the roof.
She's on the roof.
It's in the wall.
She's in the walls. Technically, she could go into a house, but I don't want to deal with that, so she's not going to. Let's hope there's no one chilling in these parts of the houses. Otherwise, they're dead. Like, definitely dead. Like, Ulrich is staying out of the green light.
I was about to say, I was like, I think Ulrich might want to take a step back.
Yeah. What'd you like to do, Gambit?
On the roof. Why is she on the roof?
Do you see Doug up on the roof? You feel like you could try to get closer.
Doug,
they're all
I
away.
want to be on the roof.
Doug, if Gambit wanted to be on the roof, would you let Gambit be on the roof?
Yeah.
If it meant you weren't on the roof?
What?
If it meant you weren't on the roof?
Wait, what do you mean?
Would you let Gambit be on the roof if it meant you wouldn't be on the roof?
Well, I mean, I also have rope.
Would you let Gambit be on the roof if it meant you weren't on the roof?
If I was not,
Yeah.
I kind
Like
of
if you could swap places with Gambit, would you let Gambit swap places with you?
probably not, since
Okay.
I could do more damage.
Okay. Alright, Gambit, what do you want to do?
Is there a gargoyle on the roof?
No. There is no gargoyles. Yes.
Oh.
Actually, you know what, Gambit? You can switch with me.
No, it's okay.
It's too late. The offer was made and rejected.
Yeah.
It'll come up later.
I wish I could fly.
Me
Yeah.
too.
Too bad I'm not that type of moth.
You're not. You intentionally decided to be a flightless insectoid, not a flighted insectoid.
Yep.
You wanted to see when you were blind, not fly
goodness.
around.
Okay. It's alright. This is fine. Everything is fine. Ha! I guess I'm gonna do what rogues do best.
Dash?
No.
Acrobatics?
Hide.
Okay.
Okay, so wait, I want to be in a place where I am in line of sight of her and I can hide. So not necessarily right next to her.
There's not really a place you can go that's in line of sight that could hide, except for you could maybe hide in this hallway, actually, in this alleyway.
Where?
That alleyway up to your north.
Okay. Like over here?
I don't see where you're trying to move.
Right here?
More like right here, but yeah.
Okay. And she's in range
Of what?
of a oh my goodness. Of a slingshot.
What's the range on Sling? 30-60, so she is just outside your normal range, so you could do it, but you'd have disadvantage.
Okay. Alright, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that.
What would you like to do?
I'm going to... Dang it. I wish I was Link. I've been playing too much Breath of the Wild, and I'm just like, oh, I want to get underneath it and climb through the floor.
Yeah, that's how that works.
I'm just gonna have to try to scale the wall.
Okay. How are you going to try to scale it? Are you gonna like try and jump on it, climb on it? How's this working?
Is it made out of
Stone. Sandstone
Stone.
specifically.
sandstone? Sandstone is a little bit soft. So maybe with the help of a dagger?
Make an athletics check with advantage.
Oh,
See how fast you can
nice.
climb up this wall.
Athletics. Too bad I suck at that. But it's alright, we're gonna try. We're gonna try. 1, 2.
That works. You climb up using the rusty movement, managing to get on top of the roof over here.
Okay. Do I have enough thing to throw something at her, or am I done?
That would have been your movement, so I'd say you could throw something if you wanted. She's now within 30 feet, so you could make a normal attack.
Okay. Normal attack. Not a sneak attack.
There's no one near her, and you don't have advantage. No.
I know. No.
The things that would give you the ability to do sneak attack are not there. Hey, if it's any consolation, the things that let her do sneak attack aren't there either. That hits.
Yay. We're doing magic.
Does she still have the Mirage up?
She does. You're right, I forgot. I forgore. You do have to check and see if it does it. Does it even hit? It does not hit. It strikes one of her mirror images and dissipates.
Wait, I thought that Cedar had figured out which one was the correct one.
No, it's in every time you do a thing, it checks. So she now only has one. Sorry, Chica.
No.
Fortunately, it does not affect her. Garand. You can now see her standing on top of the building over there. Barely. You can only kind of see her right now, but yeah.
Okay, so just to explain it, if you have to make an attack roll against her, then there's a check for the shadow thing or whatever. If she has to make a save, then there's no check. That's all.
Yep.
All right, well then, monkey shine. I guess I will QQ a little bit and just be like, you are the worst, brother.
You are the worst.
No, I'm going to pew pew my Eldritch Blasty lasers.
All right.
So if how many shadows does she have left? 2.
She has one left.
Okay, so I'm guaranteed to hit her at least once. That's something.
Potentially. So the first attack, go ahead and make it. That misses. As the first one flies past her. Second one.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. She probably got a good AC.
You still have to actually hit her, yeah. She has pretty solid AC. That one hits, though. Roll damage for that one. And it does successfully hit her. It does get the right one. Come on, Chica, make your concentration check. She fails. The green light goes away. Good for
Right, I think I want to try to see. I saw Maverick, I believe, take some damage, so I'm gonna head in that direction while still trying to keep her in my sight.
Okay. Go ahead and move yourself. 15.
Does that work where I can still see her and I can now see Maverick?
Yes, barely.
All right.
I'll try my own. As she waves her left hand and this purple energy flies out from it as she is casting Eldritch Blast back at you.
I'm assuming this is a legendary action or something. My turn's not done yet, but...
Yeah. Sorry, you can
something
continue.
else? Okay.
But this is legendary action. I didn't realize you were doing Healing Light already.
I don't know why, but when I clicked the third one, it disappeared.
Yeah, that happens. It's basically supposed to be a, okay, now you don't need it anymore thing, so usually you should roll the thing before you click them off. It's one of those things, you know? So I'd recommend just picking up the 1d6 and then clicking it twice and then rolling it onto Maverick. Nice. Maverick regains 11 hit points, bringing him back pretty good. All right, is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, and I got a baby kiddo I gotta put back to bed. I'll be right back.
Okay. The first Eldritch Blast misses you. The second one
If
hits.
necessary, I'll use some silvery barbs. Go ahead and use the silvery barbs on that.
Okay. And it still hits. Here, take not a lot of force damage. He does not have Agonizing Blast. He takes 2 points of force damage.
Who?
All right. That is Goron's turn. Doug,
Okay.
he looks up to you. Make an investigation check. Now that
Do
you're
I?
up close to her. Make an investigation check now that you're up close to her.
And
Beat her spell save DC. You get to see what she actually looks like. You do not. Still seeing the disguise.
and can I use the lock? No, never mind. Never mind.
Sure.
I don't want to. I don't care what she looks like. I just want her dead.
That's valid. You'll see what she looks like when she's unconscious, right? That's
Yeah.
how it works.
My echo that's on the floor, on the ground.
Mhm.
If it was to move 30 feet, it could get up here, right? Because that's 10 feet plus 20.
Yeah, I could get right next to you.
Okay, well, let's do that.
Okay.
Okay. So if
Orange sun. Nice.
What? I'm sorry.
Orange sun. Nice.
So if I was to have my whip, correct?
Yep.
I'm within 10 feet.
Yep.
I could use.
Bonus action entangle to try and grapple her.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I would have 2 chances to do that with 2 attacks, or would that be a
If you
bonus?
make 2 attacks and both of them. No, it's because it's a bonus action to use, so you'd only get 1. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Because if I entangle, then she falls prone, correct?
Yes.
And she still has 1 mirage still up.
She does.
In that case, let's just get rid of the mirage, possibly by doing the unleash incarnation.
All right. So first attack. As you now get 2 attacks for your action, but then Unleash Incarnation still only does 1 more, I believe.
Correct. So I will do
First attack against her.
the first set,
Mm-hmm.
which would be, gotta find my chain whip. Here it is.
Strikes out toward her with the chain. The chain whip strikes into where she should be, and the last one disappears.
Okay, so I hit her once.
You disappeared her last mirror image.
Okay,
Now
so
you can actually hit her.
so now this is the second of the first attack.
Hmm. That hits. Roll damage.
Okay, so now
It's 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
I can do it 2 more times for my extra attack.
You only get it once more as extra attack.
Wait, why?
Your first attack was you only get 3 attacks. There was the first attack with the Unleash Incarnation to delete her mirror, and then you have 2 more attacks with extra attack. So you
Correct.
get 2 attack. Yeah.
That's what I was
The
saying.
first one hit, so you only get 1 more.
Wait, but it says every time I take the attack action, right?
Yeah. Every time you take the attack action, you can take an extra attack because of. Are you saying you're going to Unleash Incarnation twice?
Well, I can only use it once per turn.
Yeah. And then extra attack means that instead of attacking once, you attack twice.
Correct. But like my echo also attacks every time I attack, is what I was
It
saying.
only gets one attack, though, for Unleashing Critical. It only makes one extra.
Oh, so it would
Not two.
work.
Yeah, you make one additional melee attack with Unleashing.
Okay.
So you'd only have a total of 3 attacks. But yes, that second one would hit, deal an additional 8 points of damage, striking into her as she pushes it off to the side. Huh. Well, I've been more trouble than I thought. I can always come back later. Of your turn, she's going to release 2 more Eldritch Blasts toward you. Donk. Miss. Come on, roll better. You're supposed to be intimidating. There we go. Nat 20. Take some damage.
Wait.
Oh.
Reroll luck.
Ah, okay. Go ahead and heal yourself for 11 hit points if you know how. If not, I will do it in a second. In that case, she rolls a total of 16 still hits. So it's not going to crit, but it's still going to do 10 damage. Go ahead and go heal you 10 hit points. 1 second. Yeah, that works. Alright, as the second one strikes into you. Cedar.
Oh, yeah, that's me.
You again.
I
What does
have
Cedar want to do?
Can Cedar see her?
Not from where she is now.
Probably move.
You also hear ouch.
Can I see dog?
Barely.
Can I touch dog?
No.
Okay. Um. Dum, 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 dum. I don't see anything. Did the entangle go away?
Yep. Because when she teleports out of it, she's no longer restrained by it.
Right, but like, is the
The entangle is technically still there, but we haven't been treating it like it was.
okay. Doo, doo, doo. Let's see how strong. Is Maverick still hurt?
Yep.
Hmm. Okay. She's going to do her best to climb.
Thicket has also tried to cast Hold Person since then, which is also a concentration spell. So
Oh,
the
that's true.
entangle.
Okay,
Probably
go ahead and
went
make
away.
an athletics check to climb as Cedar. Nice. She successfully manages to climb past Maverick up on top. Is now within melee range.
Yes, hold person. I'm gonna figure out how to do this. Did I do it?
You did. She succeeds.
I knew it. I wish I told you which ones were bonus actions.
The spiritual weapon, I think, is bonus.
It's true, but you've already cast a leveled spell this turn.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I think that's all I can do.
Cedar, make an investigation check as you've gotten close to her.
Whee!
Nope. No one gets to see what she really looks like so far. Oh. Well, they're quite the problem, aren't you? Going to step right here.
Wait, I get a attack, right? Or no?
Nah, still within 10 feet of you. Still within 10 feet. She moves her hands around in an odd way that you've never really seen before, almost in a flowing movement. There's a burst of wind coming from her as she is going to cast Gust of Wind. Now she's going to make a couple of you make some strength saves. Targeting you. Good. Unfortunately for her, the two people she targeted with strength saves are not terribly easy to make strength save. Oh, sorry, I forgot that was how it worked. Oh, but Cedar's gonna take the first one. Okay, Doug?
Do I take all three of them?
No, you only need to make one. I forgot that it lets you roll the thing, so I messed up. It's my bad.
Can we use hero points for...
You can. Saving throws? Totally. Success. All right, so let's
Was
see what
Gambit in
happens.
range?
No, it was a gust of wind. It's a line. So let's see.
Okay.
If Cedar gets pushed away from you, if Cedar gets pushed into Doug, how should this work? Does anybody remember the rules for one person getting pushed into another? Because I don't.
Nope.
Doug, make a athletics check or strength saving throw. Make another one to see if you can successfully stop Cedar from.
You said strength saving?
Yep.
What?
Unfortunately, fail. Make a dex save.
Luck?
There we go.
You manage to sidestep out of the way as Cedar is yeeted off of the.
Oh no.
Off of the building. She's going to fall 20 feet, so she's going to take 2d6 damage from falling down.
That's kind of fitting for Doug, just a little bit. And not think about saving her, but watching her as she goes back.
Just step out of the way. Down. She only takes 2 damage. Not bad. She's down to 41 instead of 43. She looks up. I'm going to be entirely honest. I might be ready to phone it in. Y'all are annoying. Up.
Alright. I have to AFK for a second.
Okay. Your targets. Going to step forward, pulling out a rapier seemingly from nowhere. He's going to first attack. That's gonna hit. You gonna do anything?
Nah.
Rapier strikes into you. You take 12 points of damage as it stabs through the aura you have, barely touching your skin, not quite drawing blood, but close. Interesting. Strong. her turn. Take it.
Can I see her?
Yes.
Hold person.
Really into this hold person idea. Aren't you?
Ah.
She fails.
Does hold person mean she ends her turn?
Actually,
Hold
she's
person
gonna use a
means
thing.
She can't take actions, can't move, and can't speak.
You know what? It's my fault. I didn't make it happen before she made the save. Okay, it works. Paralyzed her once again. She really doesn't like you. Maverick,
Yes.
stuck down there. What do you want him Maverick to do?
Can he climb up?
Hey,
and
Maverick, wait. Just a moment. I'm going to try to blast her right into the middle of you. Right there on the ground. Just
Okay.
be ready to strike at her.
All right. Hold action.
Hold punch.
Hold punch. Jackie's
Wait.
going to be confused.
Garon, why would you push her down?
I'm gonna say to Jackie, guard when she falls.
Gambit.
Gambit had to leave for a sec.
Okay.
I'm back.
Gambit.
Okay, welcome back.
Is it my turn?
Yep. Just
Okay.
now.
Does she have any illusion thingies?
Not currently.
Not
And
currently.
Yeah, and I believe paralyzed keeps her from using legendary actions as well, which is unfortunate for her. That's
Wait,
kind
she's
of her.
paralyzed? I missed.
I got hold person.
Yes. Let's go.
I did the thing and it worked.
Let's go. Let's go.
I mean, I gave you Silvery Barb's advantage, but this is better, so.
Yeah.
Did I have advantage?
Silvery Bard, so thank you for that. That would have given me sneak attack if this hadn't worked. Oh yeah. Alright. Alright. Guess what time it is? It's sneak attack time. That's Cedar. I'm not gonna do that as Cedar. Okay. Wait a second, hold on. I have advantage. Correct?
Yes. That hits. Roll damage.
Alright, and then sneak attack. I drag it onto myself, right?
Yep. And then you roll damage.
And then I roll my damage.
Just 15 points of damage. He maintains concentration.
No. Where is Thicket?
On the ground.
Okay.
Is that your turn?
Sneak attack is a bonus action. No, it's an action.
Nope. Just a free thing. Thing you do when you get the hit.
Okay. So done an attack. Yes. I'm going to stay put for right now.
Garand.
All right, so I'm going to move in the position to where I can shoot her, and then I guess I have to hope that that second attack hits, because I'm not going to push her the first time, because then I won't be able to shoot her a second time. So here we go. Let's see how this goes.
Keep in mind, for pushing you... Okay, you are moving. I was about to say, for pushing away... In this case, you'll be pushing her right onto Jackie.
Well, no, because I don't have to push her the full 10 feet. I can just push her 5 off onto the thing, and it's diagonal, and so she could fall right between them.
Move here, and yes. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, whatever. That's fine. To me, 2 points on a line is 2 points on a line, but I'm good. Whatever.
That's fair.
All right.
It's just with it being in the corner. But yes, don't worry about it. Either way, it works. That hits. $13 points of damage. It hits. $16 points of damage.
And now push, and she auto fails, and will take more damage. Yum.
Wait, can I also hit her with a whip as she falls
Nope,
twice?
because it's because it is not her movement. She's being forced to move.
Hmm.
Doug, it is your turn though. If you want to jump down or move your person or whatever.
Can I bonus action? I want to. Let me see here. Hold on.
Thank you, Echo.
All right. In my current state, I could see everybody but Maverick and Jackie, but I will use one thing to give everybody 5 temporary hit points.
Okay. Go through this on everyone. In the meantime, Doug, what are you doing?
Yes. So, I guess change of plans. So, Doug is going. Well, can't Maverick go ahead and use Maverick's action since it was being held?
Oh, you're right. You do so.
And Jackie, too, if possible.
Jackie does not have a ready to action. Yes.
Okay, I was guard her when she
Maverick
falls, but no.
Yeah. It's guard. She's guarding. Doesn't know to attack the person that comes into range. And she loses the thing. The her. You don't know the name. Alright. Doug?
Yeah, so I guess, like, does falling technically count as, like, 20 feet of movement?
Jumping would, yeah.
Is Maverick
But if you,
can
like,
make an
if you-
investigation check?
Maverick
Does
should get an
Maverick-
investigation. You're right. I don't know why he had disadvantage on that. Oh, because he's exhausted. Huh? He does see through it, though. Too bad his player's not here for me to show the picture.
Interesting. Someone in our party knows. That's a win.
It's true. Doug, what are you doing?
I guess Doug is going to. Actually, I think his echo is just going to float down. And then we'll attack?
2 or 3 times with whip.
I'm sorry.
2 or 3 times with the whip.
The regular attack and then the extra attack.
Okay. Make the 2 attacks. It hits. Roll damage.
Can I just go ahead and roll the other one first, and then I guess
Sure.
I'm gonna. Or do I have to use the bonus action for the second hit?
You don't
So,
use
like-
the bonus action for the second hit. You'll use bonus action for Unleash Incarnation. No, you don't use anything for Unleash Incarnation. Bonus action is for the Entangle attempt. You make an athletics check to try and force them to something.
Correct.
Okay, second attack
Should-
misses. Now you can use the bonus action to make
Is
the
that-
athletics. If you...
Was that
And
with
that-
advantage because she's prone and restrained?
It was not. Looks like you didn't throw it at her. Go ahead and roll again.
For the attack?
Yeah. Miss.
Great. So, well, if she's already prone, there's no point in doing the whip. So,
Yeah.
for my bonus action, I will do my second wind.
Okay.
Or not second wind. Yeah, whichever one
Second
gives me.
wind.
Yeah.
Alright, Cedar, what does Cedar want to do? Remember to roll the thing before you mark it off. Otherwise, you're going to have to change it to preparation mode and unclick it.
What was that?
What's Cedar doing?
So the second 10, right?
Yeah, it's a D10 plus your fighter level, so D10 plus 5.
Great.
7.
Cedar is gonna cast Inflict Wounds.
Cedar is
On
20
the
feet
roof.
away and has 3 people between her and her.
Never mind.
Oh wait, no, Cedar fell off the roof.
Yep.
But still,
Cedar was
she's far
thrown
away.
off the roof.
Cedar can still reach
Not
Like
with
if-
inflict wounds.
if she moves.
Not with inflict wounds. 20 feet through people? No.
Can't she go beside Thicket and then down?
What do you mean?
Like
It would
to
be
the
half her movement to get to
like
here, I believe.
instead of
Squeezing.
going
it is small.
through people, like to the left of Thicket and then just walk down.
There's a house to the left of the.
Oh,
Only the
It is
5
a
foot
small
line.
creature,
That
and so
doesn't
is
change
Maverick.
it. That doesn't
Mm.
change it. In this case. You could try a light crossbow. She has some cover though because of your people, and she's also prone, which would make a disadvantage.
or
What
spiritual.
about Sacred Flame?
That would make her make a save, which she'd probably auto fail because she's paralyzed.
And I could get that around people.
Yeah, Sacred Flame just happens in the area. Yeah, make her make the Sacred Flame save. She succeeds, but why is she not paralyzed? She's not paralyzed for some reason. She would have failed. Go ahead and throw damage onto her.
Okay.
Nice.
There you
2
go.
points
I
of
put
damage.
paralyzed on her.
Good job.
All right.
All right, it's her turn. At the end of her turn, she's going to make another save.
Fail. 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 Fail.
She succeeds,
No.
freeing herself from it once again.
Wait, what was she succeeding?
Cool
Her
person.
whole person.
Let's do a luck on that.
Making her roll again. Go ahead and throw it at me again. She succeeds.
Mm.
She's no longer paralyzed, but I think that's her turn.
I wasted her turn.
Thicket.
Yay.
How many more
Ah,
second level spells you got, Thicket?
none, but I have 2 third levels.
You get a whole person?
I don't know. Call lightning looks really flashy and cool.
It would hit your friends.
Yeah.
Just outright, it would have to hit Jackie. Like,
Yeah. Mm.
God would never forgive you.
true. You fried my
Forgive
dog.
himself. Rick. Okay, wait. Does the save change at different levels?
No, it makes it where you can target more creatures.
Jeez. Well, hold person, 3rd level.
As you release the energy toward her, she holds up her hand. Not again! And swings it to the side. There's a silver flash of energy as she counterspells you. She is not taking this anymore. She knows what you're about, and she's like, frick, no.
Listen, I've literally only done one thing every turn.
He knows. At the end of your turn, assuming that's your turn,
Yeah.
he teleports on top of the roof. Maverick. What do you want him to do?
Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down.
Yeah, she's real tired of you specifically.
And Maverick. Fine.
Maverick punch. Maverick is
Cedar is responsible
Maverick
for
short.
33% of her pain.
Maverick too far down.
Can Maverick climb? And punch?
Maverick can try climb. Can Maverick try climb?
Would I have
Yeah.
been close enough to make an investigation check?
Sure, make an investigation check. I'll be nice.
I'm gonna fail.
Maverick fell after trying to climb 10 feet.
I'm gonna
fell back
do a
down.
point for
Okay.
this because I want to
rolled a
know
two.
what's up.
Can Maverick magic missile?
No, he just tried to climb and fell. And he also
I
gets
know,
Cedar.
man.
11.
Nope.
Shoot.
DC's 15. At the end of Maverick's turn, he is going to teleport again. That's 30 feet. He teleports over here. Been nice. I think I'm done for the day. Jackie's turn. Jackie doesn't count for this gambit.
Guess who has advantage?
Not you.
What? Yes, I do.
He's not paralyzed anymore.
But I have silvery barbs still, shouldn't I?
Did you get silver barbs?
I did.
Oh, nice. Go
Yeah,
for it.
and it does, and it lasts for a minute, so she didn't have to use it on the other turns when it was paralyzed.
Yeah.
So it's still.
Nice. Go for it. And again, you do. You
You
do have to hop a 5-foot gap if you want to go in person, or you can slingshot.
I'm slingshotting. I'm not risking falling. Hit.
Hit. Roll damage.
I'm gonna get good at this one day.
I'm gonna get good at this DMing and actually having enemies be difficult one day.
This is difficult.
This is difficult.
What are you talking about?
Okay, 2 of you have gone below half health, and now you're not below half health anymore.
I constantly feel like she's getting away, so I'm constantly like on the
feel
edge of my
like-
seat.
I feel like being on the hunt is not the problem to have. Like, is not that big of a problem. All right, but that does deal 15 points of damage as it strikes into her, glancing off of her aura, which has flashed at this point.
Is she bloodied?
Yes, her aura has flashed. Looks pretty bad.
Okay, so she's past halfway. I was waiting for the halfway mark.
Yeah, I forgot to say it a minute ago, but yes, she is far past half. Is that your turn, Gambit?
Yeah. And
The end of your
Gambit's
turn.
gonna be like, you talk a whole high and mighty for someone who can't get away from us.
Oh, goodness. And she disappears again.
Ah!
She's going to roll. She's going to roll stealth as she is now trying to leave. Are y'all trying to find her and follow her?
Heck, it
Yeah.
is.
Okay, make perception checks.
Everybody?
Anybody who wants to. Now, technically off map, so we're going to play it by ear.
Hero point.
Oh, that's right. I'm also gonna use a hero point.
Dang it. This is my thing.
This is your thing, and you're rolling real bad.
Ah!
So that is. Oh, we all just roll really bad?
Okay.
Okay. That's 11 for.
The person who's worst at it roll the
Gambit.
best. Does it count? The person who's worst at it roll the best.
It's true.
I don't know why it rolled the D4 for Cedar, but that was Gambit's hero point.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna roll for Cedar.
Okay, roll for Cedar. Okay, so it would have been Garon's turn, then Doug's turn, then Cedar's turn, and then her turn. As Cedar manages to come around the corner over here, she sees her again. What is Cedar gonna do in the one turn she has before this person seems to disappear?
Cedar can only see her, like not touch her.
Yep. See her 30 feet away.
Once. Yeah. I don't know.
Is there a command?
Where is she?
There's a thing that you're gonna probably go for. I'm gonna tell you, it's on her sheet. It's called Hold Person.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah, because I mean, legendary actions. She teleported 3 times in a row before her turn, like so. She should be out mathematically.
Would hold person be better or command?
She succeeded
Hold
on
person.
Hold Person.
Ah!
No.
All person. Was I able to see her?
No.
Was 17 enough to see her?
No.
Okay.
She rolled an 18, so until Cedar's 20, none of y'all could see her. She rolled a total of 18, which is really bad for her. Okay.
My
And
passive
with
is
this-
18.
You didn't use your passive. You chose to roll.
I didn't know that was an option.
That's fair. She is going to run with her turn.
With her legs?
With her legs.
Fascinating.
And is going to hide and stealth again.
Out of curiosity, was there any chance that during my turn I would have been able to double go in that direction because she was already heading that way, so it would make sense for me to move that way.
Well, sure, but you wouldn't have been able to see her. She'd be your sight.
So 60 feet, I wouldn't have been able to see her? Okay.
No. Technically,
All
she's 5 feet further off the map, but I ran out of map to move her on. There we go. That's more like her. As she disappears from sight.
I think it has feline agility. Can I try and catch up with her?
It is 12:25. We can continue the chase next time, but at least for the moment, this
Hey.
doppelganger, not a doppelganger, but this person has disappeared from sight,
One more
is
thing.
running from you, as y'all seem to have turned the tables on this person with repeated uses of hold person.
When she passed by
I'm
me,
just gonna have
can
to
I
start
roll-
giving everything magic resistance, aren't I?
Can I roll investigation for when she passed by me?
No, she teleported past you. Remember?
She was. Well, she teleported near me, close to me.
Yes, and then she
20
kept
feet?
going. Like, she teleported to there, and then she teleported down there.
Oh.
But for the night, it is late. We've had a long session.
Mm-hmm.
And we will continue the chase next time. But for now, that will be it for the night. Y'all will continue to chase after the hurt CR10 person who just cannot get a break. I need to downgrade her CR, clearly. It's a good time. Thank y'all for playing. Thanks everyone for watching on the YouTube and Twitch side. I hope you'll have a lovely night. We'll divvy up XP and everything after I end the recording. But for now, goodbye YouTube.